everyone, and welcome to another season of eFootball Championship competition. We are back home in our studios for the first club event finals, proudly brought to you by Konami in partnership with AC Milan, the eFootball Championship 2026 AC Milan Finals. Today, four finalists from around the globe will go head-to-head, each aiming to claim the prestigious trophy. But more than just a silverware, they're competing for something even bigger, a golden ticket to represent the Rossoneri at the World Finals. So we have an incredible day with a lot of matches ahead, with some of the best players in the football scene. And without further ado, let's kick off the AC Milan Club Event Finals. Let me introduce myself. I am Anna Maria Baccaro, your host for today's Action Path Finals, and I am excited to guide you through the competition. Of course, I'm not alone because I'm joined by two fantastic analysts who know this competition inside out. With me are the legendary Harry Shannon. Hi, Harry.
Hello, hi.
And the one and only Stuart Wesley.
Good to see you, Anna.
How are you guys doing?
Yeah, doing really well, Anna. Thank you so much for joining us here. It's fantastic to be back in the studio. Time to kick off another year of eFootball Championship action, and we've drafted in some Italian flair on the ring, if you will. So yeah, it's great to have you here.
Yeah, as the old saying goes, Harry, it's the most wonderful time of the year. It is the kick-off of the 25-26 season within these club final events. Of course, AC Milan kicking us off here
what
wonderfully.
A pronunciation,
Wes.
Amazing. Thank you, guys. I have with me the tournament director, Jordi Orteu. How are you, Jordi?
Hello, thank you, I'm fine. Thank you. Thank you for having me here, so it's a pleasure.
Jordi, this is the first big moment of the 2026 season. Have there been any key adjustments compared to last year?
Yeah, we are implementing several changes. So now we are focusing on the local community. So that's why we are bringing new talent to the desk, and also we implement the cross-platform system. So I think with this we are improving how the players of console and PC, Xbox, PlayStation are playing together. So yeah, and also we are preparing for the next future events to have more players than 8. So it have more chances to the fans at home to qualify for the finals.
That's great to hear because Adrenaline is working with Konami for several years to helping on shaping a football competitive scene. Is this partnership influence the tournament structure and the overall growth of the ecosystem?
Yeah, we have been working already like 9 years with Konami. So we every year trying to improve and for the fans the game, the competition structure, how the game is for the players. We are checking all the forums and feedbacks from the players and from the fans. So that's very important for Konami and for us, of course. So I think our partnership is good for the game, and I think we are in a good way.
And speaking of taking things to the next level, this is the first major final of the eFootball Championship 2026. What set this event apart, and what can fans expect from the rest of the season?
Well, this is the first event, so this is the starting point for the club events. No, I think it's a good series of tournament and a good chance for all the players to come there. So I think the most important thing for me when I was a player, because before I was a player, so I always wanted to take a look what the professionals or what the best players were doing, the tactics, how they change things in the game. So our streamings and our tournaments are focusing on showing the people that at home what they are doing. So what the tactics using, depending on the moment of the game. So what cards are they using. So maybe you can use mid defender that they put as a forward. So this is like tricks that you cannot see at home, so you have the chance of the club events.
Right. Thank you, Jordi. Thank you for your time. Guys,
welcome.
are you ready? Because now we will take a quick look to the competition format. The road to today's finals began this year on October 23rd with round 1, kicking off a week of intense matchups. From there, November saw 4 thrilling rounds featuring top-tier competition from across the globe. These rounds were divided into 4 key regions: Eastern Asia, Oceania and other areas, Western Asia, Europe and Africa, Americas. The winners from each of these regions have earned their spot here today. By the end of this event, guys, we will have crowned the players who will go on to represent AC Milan at the World Finals. The AC Milan Finals feature a group stage on each platform, playing in a single round-robin format with 3 points for a win, 1 for a tie and 0 for a loss. The top 2 players from each group advance to the grand finals. All matches, including the grand finals, are single-game encounters. In case of a tie after 90 minutes in the grand finals, there will be extra time and, if needed, a penalty shootout. So, with this format now well established, what are your expectations, guys?
Yeah, we've had a very similar format over the last couple of seasons, Anna, and whereas honestly it seems to be the players that are the most experienced in this tend to come out knowing what to expect. Sounds very obvious, but in the heat of battle it can be really the difference between winning and losing.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen a couple of kind of almost repeat offenders, if you will, are coming back into events that have been able to qualify for it. They get, as you said, they get that kind of almost match experience. They know what these rounds look like. They know what a club regional qualifier looks like. More importantly, they know what a club finals looks like as well. So I think that valuable experience might just pay dividends.
Harry Weds, you know I'm Italian, so I have an important question for you. What's your Italian favorite dish?
Again, you said yesterday lasagna after I had answered calzone. So I'm going to have to stick with calzone. But lasagna is one of my favorites as well.
Good choice.
Yeah, my one is I've got to go with the blatant comfort food choice, which is a nice big pepperoni pizza.
Pepperoni pizza, wow. My favorite dish is lasagna too, but the Italian cuisine has a lot of dishes that are amazing, of course. So now, with all that being said, let's meet our finalists. Guys, I want to comment from you about them. So now I'll introduce the first finalist, Takeman from Japan, Eastern Asia and Oceania and other areas regional winner.
Yeah, the man from Japan, a real, we're going to use this term a lot, hotbed for eFootball talent, the home of eFootball, winning 11 pairs. However you may know it, this nation just seems to churn out world champions. Here we are, first club event finals of the season. We have, no shock, a Japanese representative. Takeman will have a big set of shoes to fill with previous Japanese world champions. We'll see if he can join them later on this season. It starts here though.
Thanks, Harry. It's important to say that we are introducing the finalists for the console platform. The second finalist is Irfan Playstyle from Iran, Western Asia regional winner.
Yeah, I mean, you speak about players and you talk about regions. You know, we spoke about East or Southeast Asia. Western Asia has their own fandom as well. There's a hotbed of eFootball talent. You think of Iran, you think of the likes of Hassan Pajani, a former world champion. This, however, one of his international colleagues at national team level in Irfan Playstyle. Again, 24 years old. It's kind of almost that sweet spot, really, for eFootball experience. You're not quite too young. You're not quite too old. You're just in the right place. And he may just be able to bring that to full today.
Thank you, Weds. The third finalist is Zilo from Poland, Europe and Africa regional winner.
Let me tell you, I'm really, really glad, Anna, that this is not a live event, because this man is, although 19 years of age, taller than everyone here. He's about 6'4". I don't know what is in that family's blood, but they just churn out really, really tall people and humans in that family. I mean, 19 years of age. 2 years ago, at the age of 17, he was just one game away from becoming world champion. He was runner-up of the eFootball Championship in 2023. So despite last weekend having success on national duty with Poland, he'll be chasing a tournament and a competition that has eluded him for a couple of years now.
Great. And the first finalist is FUT-10 from Brazil, America's regional winner.
Yeah, I mean, this for me, Harry, in this pool of 4 console players is the X factor for me. Brazilian champion, former eFootball Championship Open world champion around about 3 years ago, has won club events, knows and has that experience, certainly has the drive to go again. We've seen him in many different iterations. And of course, the Brazilians, in terms of their, Hall of Famers who they've got, the likes of Henriquinho, the likes of Guifera, there's so many, Jay Victor, there's so many names that you could rattle off. They are a passionate fandom when it comes to eFootball.
Thank you, guys. And now, following the results on round 4, we will have the following matchups in the group stage. Takeman versus Earth and Playstyle. Zilo versus FUT-10. Takeman versus Zilo, Earth and Playstyle versus FUT-10, Takeman versus FUT-10, and Earth and Playstyle versus Zilo. Now, let me introduce the first finalist of the mobile platform. So, first of all, Lezilali from Morocco, Eastern Asia and Oceania and other areas regional winner.
Anna, I'm so jealous how effortlessly you're able to pronounce his name.
The pronunciation of Zilali, right?
Zilali is going to trip me up.
There was a fight on the pronunciation last day.
But he's coming from Morocco. They're known for their eFootball mobile talents over there, the likes of Tiennes, Yassine. I mean, again, it's one of those regions that just seems to churn out talent time and time again. The latest is the man who's qualified in front of you right now. I mean, he is the East Asia Oceania regional winner. That's a tough region to qualify from, Anna, so I'm expecting big things from this young Moroccan.
Great responsibility, so. And then the second finalist is Kutim Sakti from Indonesia, Western Asia regional winner. Wets.
Yeah, I mean, well, you talk about nations that are, powerful within esports. Indonesia seemingly are the ones at the top of many a esports tree, and certainly within eFootball Mobile, Sakti has that experience, has had really good showings in the past. And again, coming into this, 28 years old, has got that experience behind him. That could prove almost a bonus point in that group stage, so keep your eye on him.
Let's discover the third finalist, La Bobo 7 from Spain, Europe and Africa regional winner.
Yeah, just a short trip up the Mediterranean.
He has your heart.
I love his name, La Bobo. It's an adorable name. It doesn't exactly strike fear into the heart of the opponent. I think the 17-year-old, though, will be hoping his gameplay will do the talking for him. Like you say, so young. Would love to follow in the footsteps of the other great Spanish players we've had over the years, albeit on the console platform. Here he is on mobile, wanting to make a name for himself. Look out for this young man.
Thank you, Harry. And at the end, the third finalist from Brazil, Rentao, America's regional winner.
Yeah, you talk about the shark at the end of the pack here. Rentao has got every bit of form coming into this. A former world champion in 2024, has qualified as finalist in multiple events previously. He's got a lot of experience, a lot of real fighting experience at this level. Again, it's going to be a very difficult man to keep down in this category.
Oh, thank you, guys. And following the results on round 4, we will have the following matchup in the mobile platform group stage. Lezilali versus Kutim Sakti, La Bobo 7 versus Rentao, Lezilali versus La Bobo 7, Kutim Sakti versus Rentao, Lezilali versus Rentao, and Kutim Sakti versus La Bobo 7. And here's the schedule of the matches that we'll be fortunate to see on the main stage. Takeman versus Earth and Playstyle, Takeman versus Zilo, Takeman versus FUT-10, Lezilali versus Kutim Sakti, Lezilali versus La Bobo 7, Lezilali versus Rentao, and of course, console grand final and mobile grand final. What can we expect from these pairings, guys?
There's so many really nice games in there. I'm looking forward to seeing how Zilo can take the main stage against Takeman in our match number 2 later on, Wes. But then also on the mobile platform, we see Rentao at the end. It was a bit of a slow year for him last year. I'm looking forward to seeing how those two in particular can retake the spotlight this year.
Yeah, it's all about bounce back ability for Rentao, and certainly that will bookend the games in the group stages that we're going to see. For me, though, it's always about how you start the day. Takeman versus Earthbound Playstyle, that's the one that I'm looking forward to. It's a clash of cultures. It's East Asia versus West Asia. You just get that kind of almost boiling pot of, gameplay, and that they just want to get onto the sticks and they want to get right at it.
We know one thing, there will be a lot of goals, right?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes. And we like when there are a lot of goals. So now, before we dive into our first finals matchup, is a quick reminder. You can grab 500 eFootball points just by clicking on the viewing campaign banner in-game. Don't miss out. Take advantage of this opportunity and join the stream now. And of course, for all the latest updates, competition details, and exclusive news, make sure to follow the official eFootball channels and check out the eFootball website. Stay tuned for more exciting announcements. And now that everything is set up, let's not wait any longer to witness the first finals. You're ready, guys? Of the console platform between one of the most seasoned warriors of the competition and the Western Asia regional winner, Takeman versus Irfan Playstyle.
東アジア代表の竹マンです。子供の頃から憧れてきたミランの代表決定戦の決勝に立てたことが本当に嬉しいです。120年以上の歴史を持つミランを代表することはプレッシャーもありますが、純粋にワクワクしています。ここまで残った選手は全員トップレベルなので、誰が勝っても不思議じゃないと思っています。常に自分が最強一番強いと思ってプレーをしているので、根拠はないけど優勝できると信じています。もちろんワールドファイナルは世界ナンバーワンを目指します。2年前のリベンジをしたいです。支えてくれた人のおかげなので、思い切り楽しんで最高の試合を見せたいです。
Hello guys, my name is Irfan. I reside in Bulgaria. Most people know me by the name of Irfan Playstyle. I'm 25 years old and I'm from Iran. I'm here as a representative of East Asia and I'm proud to be here as Rossoneri. I'm very happy to be at this stage for the first time.
Well, great to hear from our first two players to take the stage here at the eFootball Championship 2026, the first club event finals, Wes, of this amazing competition. We're just moments from kickoff, as we can see, as Irfan gets ready to take on Takeman to kick this season off.
Yeah, it is going to be one full of intrigue, this first game. It's all about first game nerves. It's all about trying to get your game plan into place very quickly, and you would imagine from these two, they'll be trying to do that very, very quickly.
Well, here we go then. The first match of our live stream. It is Irfan here starting things off really early with the red cursor in that changed Rossoneri strip. And in the ever recognisable black and red of the Rossoneri, it's Takeman, the 35-year-old from Japan. Said in the VT, Wes, wanted to take revenge for what happened 2 years ago. Of course, was a Manchester United club event finalist 2 seasons ago. But here's Liao early on for Irfan Playstyle. At his first appearance at a club event finals, the Iranian.
Allow him to introduce himself, Harry. That is a wonderful, wonderful opening goal from Irfan Playstyle. I know you were talking about Takeman looking for revenge, but it's the man from Iran that has captured the headlines in the early going here. We'll see it again on the replay.
Yeah, just seemed to be that decisive pass that carved through the entire defence. We'll hear it. We'll see it here in a second. So many white-shirted runners here.
Yeah, it almost looked as though that Takeman was trying to cover the run of Nkunku there and instead completely left it open. We'll see it again here. See double or two defenders being dragged into that channel. Instead led Rafael Leao open. And again, just thundered it towards the near post. And gives Irfan Playstyle a 1-0 lead.
Dream start for Irfan, of course, was trying his best to compete last season as well in the eFootball Championship to make it to the World Finals. In the Open, made it to round 3, but lost in the regional finals, I believe, of Asia West. So heartbreaking end to his previous season last year, just one step before making the World Championships. But here he is starting in fine fashion indeed.
It's all about emotions that drive somebody. If it's not revenge, it's heartbreak. And heartbreak seems to be overpowering that at the moment because Irfan Playstyle looks to set himself up very early and very well. Certainly seem to have set into rhythm here.
Nice aggressive pressing though in the midfield. As Takiman can now try and put forward his first attack of this club event finals. Nothing doing that time around. I was midway through saying, as he conceded, of course, the man from Japan, you know what, I'm going to stop trying to tee him up, because here is Irfan Playstyle through 101, and he doubles his lead.
That's an error. That is a huge error from Takiman. As your players at home will know, is that when you go for stunning inputs, be it a pass, a long pass or a shot, they take a little bit longer to pull off. And as a result, you saw the purple power bar go up. And that's the easiest goal that Irfan Playstyle is going to have to score here today. Waited for his teammate to catch up. As Rafael Leao again just puts the brakes on with Pulisic, rolls it across. And Leao says thank you very much for 2-0.
Both goals scored as well by Rafa Leao. He will be a key piece of all of these My Team puzzles we'll see throughout today. Second goal for Leao, second for Irfan Playstyle. Here in just 15 in-game minutes. Not bad going at all. Poor Takiman will be hoping I don't try and talk about his past again, because every single time I've tried to do so, Irfan has capitalised. Perhaps the Japanese's ears were burning. And Kunku there, trying to scoop it forward for Irfan Playstyle. We heard from them both, of course, before this match kicked off, Wes. They both know exactly what it means to represent this prestigious club. Over 120 years of history. But here's Rafa Leao as Takiman beats his man as well. Will force the corner. Finally some signs of life here from Takiman.
Yeah, first real bit of movement from Takiman in the offensive end of the field, just inside of 18. Again, it was a good block by Irfan Playstyle by way of Tomori. See there at the bottom of your screen as well, Irfan Playstyle gone all out defensive, so keep that in mind at home. Just encourage your team to play a whole lot more defensive.
Rabiot versus Rabiot on the corner. As Irfan will survive that threat. Irfan has been very, very silky in his attack. Here's Salimakers giving chase to that one. 25 minutes gone. I've been really, really impressed from what we've seen by Irfan Playstyle so far. Seems to have taken most of his opportunities and also kept things really solid at the back until this point. Here's Rafa Leao here to tack him. Ah, no! He's tucked it in! He has tucked that one in! Who else but Rafa Leao? Irfan 2, Takiman 1.
Yeah, it's a real jailbreak counter-attack there from Takiman. If you saw the light blue bar underneath him when he shot, that's your controlled strike at home, folks. Again, if you just want to make sure that it ends up going goal-bound, your controlled strikes are the way forward, just rolls it delicately past the goalkeeper. Very, very casual from Takiman. But just before half-time, gets one back, will then put a little seed of doubt there in Irfan Playstyle. Won't want to commit too many bodies going forward. Again, would be a big 3 points. Whoever this comes out with certainly will set a tone for their day.
Yes, indeed. Yuki Take-san on the board, scoring with his favourite AC Milan start. Now, Irfan Playstyle does not like to concede. He wants to try and get that 2-goal advantage back on the half-hour mark. He's forced the corner, near side. What can Nkunku here try and conjure up? Towards Rabiot, down to Pulisic. Leao's in there, there's bodies bashing everywhere. The referee says nothing wrong with any of that, and Mike Magnan has the ball in his hands.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of corners over the last few weeks of eFootball, eSports that have been perfected and fine-tuned. That near post flick on, one of the oldest tricks in the book, but it's still one of the most useful, Harry.
Yeah, it seems like both men have identified Rabiot as the key target man from the corners. as it has been an action-packed first half between our two competitors here. Vartasagi to Sailemakers, trying to find Rafael down the channel. He's got 2 goals already for Irfan play style. And we do have other games going on as well. There's the update in what's happening in our second heat. Rather, our other round happening right now. Zelo taking a goal advantage over Footeasy, aka Footifasil. Strong challenge and a good one by Irfan playstyle.
Yeah, needed to be there to just stop that build-up. We're closing in on half-time, though, and there's another attack on here.
Yeah, really nice finding of the channel from Nkunku. But Takiman struggling to break through that final phase. He's had a lot more joy, though, the longer this second half has gone on, Takiman. That'll give him confidence going forward. Might get a goal as well before half-time. Referee's played a good advantage. I think Leao across the face of goal, can't find his teammate. And I think that will signal, perhaps, the end of the first half. We'll see if Irfan tries to go for it here with the last attack. Or perhaps will it go the other way? Leao turns his man the wrong way. With a strong challenge by Irfan playstyle. The half will end a Leao-packed first half, 2-1 in favour of the 24-year-old from Iran.
Yeah, it's been a good start from Irfan playstyle. Not a lot of shots to speak of, but what has been paramount here is, I believe it's, 4 shots between the 2 players, and there's been 3 goals, so that'll kind of give you a little bit of an insight in just how clinical these guys can be. You can see from the tactics on your screen as well. Interesting make-up there of a 4-1-2-1-2, but that's the interesting one for me. I thought I spotted it. You know when you don't want to commit to something, Harry? I did spot that from Takiman, which is 5-3-2. It's defensively compact, sure, but when you go behind, it doesn't really give you the fluidity to really get forward, especially when your 5 is that deep.
Yeah, 5 at the back and 2 defensive mids as well. Those 2 DMFs are going to be, well, very difficult for Irfan to try and break down. But the key point is, as you pointed out, Wes, it's not Irfan that needs to break Takiman down. It's quite the inverse. So we will see how we move forward from here. The second half is underway as things stand. The man from Iran, Irfan playstyle, in possession as things currently sit, as he's dispossessed, is up 2-1 over Takiman. I mentioned earlier, you know what, I'm not even going to try it because I was about to mention again Takiman's pass, but every time I do so, Irfan playstyle comes forward. This is a true curse of the commentator. Manchester United club event finalist in 24, made it to the World Finals but fell short. We heard from him before this game. Wants to be the #1 in the world. That's why he wants revenge. Here's Sailemakers for Irfan playstyle. Good defensive work that time by Takiman. He wants that revenge on that 2024 season. Perhaps felt himself a little fortunate he made the World Finals. Either way, his dream of being #1 did not come true. It's a new season, though, here in what is essentially the 2026 season of the eFootball Championship. As he comes forward here with one of his 5 defenders. That's what's going to provide him some width in this formation.
Yeah, Pervez Estupinian is a very good outlet down the left-hand side if you can get him free. Gets into Richie there, though.
Yeah, he's tussling with his defensive counterpart as the hour mark approaches. No doubt we'll be seeing some personnel changes here soon, but here's the American, Pulisic. Forward here for Irfan playstyle. Just hurried and harried out of play there. And it will be nothing but a goal kick. And here are those changes I was alluding to.
Just ran out of road there with Christian Pulisic. We can see where we go from here. Of course, you can see quick counter there as well. Again, normally, this type of scenario, you want it to be that way. You can just see there, just a straight swap of the 2 wingers, but also critically as well here, Harry, and this is a little bit of the kind of the magic that sometimes these players can utilise. You do have things like sub-tactics. So as much as what these guys are putting here, they may have a sub-tactic that we're not privy to, which you can trigger in-game. As a result, then you can kind of mask what you're really up to and what you're really trying to achieve. So as much as we're saying here, actually a 5 at the back is quite a defensive setup, it might be a case that Takiman might actually be playing more of an offensive game than we realise, but because we can't see sub-tactic, which is quite a key point, and I don't blame him for hiding it, can't really tell. It's an interesting one to look at.
Yeah, it is indeed. You can see Modric being introduced, and probably no surprises for those people at home used to seeing Leao perhaps on the left wing. He's being implemented here as a striker, centre forward for no doubt both of these men.
Yeah, it's a versatile player, Rafael Leao, both in real football and in eFootball. You know, as good as he is as a winger, in this type of environment where you know that you can have a physical threat going forward, he's certainly a sizable individual and certainly can allow you to get those kind of free runners off the ball. As you can see there, as you mentioned, Luka Modric brought into centre midfield. Loftus-Cheek brought on as a right midfielder, which again, although it's a right midfielder on paper, you'd like to think that there might be some slight skullduggery, as it were, from Irfan Playstyle and Takiman.
Yeah, the Englishman is obviously very stout, very strong, quite difficult to shrug off the ball, so maybe Takiman trying to throw caution to the wind here a little bit. Of course, this is still the group stages. So 3 points for a win, 1 for a draw, none for a loss. Why not try and get another goal? Here is Christian Pulisic, immediately following the restart. Can't beat the goalkeeper this time. But Takiman, as we expected, trying to push the pedal to the metal here in the second half. I mean, we don't expect here, do we? Where's Irfan Playstyle to just shut up shop? He probably knows that goal difference may well come into play at the end of the group stages here.
Yeah, I mean, I was never a fan of kind of winning a game by omission. You kind of want to go out there and finish the job. 2-1, it'll only take a bad ricochet one way or another, or a slight piece of luck that goes the way of Takiman, and instead of having 3 points, you'll only have the 1.
Well, this is good build-up by the Japanese as Rafa Leao is into the box now, and he's so deadly from that range. From 2-0 down, it's Rafa Leao on the double to make it Takiman 2, Irfan Playstyle 2. Seems to be a perfect game plan by the 35-year-old.
And that's what I said about sitting back and allowing that pressure. It can tell, especially when you know that players have got the ability to find space, and Takiman fantastically well to find that space. See it again here, just one-touch football, then that final pass through where you can see Rafa Leao already running onto the ball. And sometimes it's as easy as that in eFootball, Harry, is that if you spot the AI making that run, play them the ball. It's the easiest thing to do, is just play them an ongoing ball, because momentum will take you the rest of the way.
Well, it will indeed. We can see some changes here, of course, being queued up. No doubt now we're perhaps going to see Takiman go a bit more defensive, whereas after maybe, I don't want to say pushing all his chips into the middle, but definitely chasing that equaliser that now he's just got. Both sets of Rafa Leao's, by the way, on a hat-trick as things stand.
It's quite incredible, but he is a go-to player, as you rightly said, for anybody that's trying to play with AC Milan at home, or even in these events. You just know that he will be. But you're quite right. But the quandary now becomes for Takiman is do you go for broke in game 1 and try and, you know, pick yourself up an unlikely victory after being 2-0 down, or, as you said, do you go conservative? I think there's a far bit more of time left on the clock than it would be to kind of really kind of close everything up. I think now is probably your time where you try and nick a goal and then close it up. And of course, looking at some of the players being brought on, you look at the likes of Jimenez, again focal point, again fresh legs coming on into the 65th minute. That tends to be, as we've said before on many eFootball broadcasts, it's that golden time of substitutes that can really change a game.
It looks to be the quick counter as we expected in terms of the game plan for Takiman. And of course, you want to be always looking over your shoulders in these group stages, because it's not only this game being played, but also, as there is confirmation, Takiman scoring the last goal, 20 minutes to go. There's 3 other players joining you in this group, so they have obviously going to be results elsewhere. And we did last see Zilo was up 1-0 over Foot Easy, but take a look at this. It's now 1-1. And who else but Rafael Leao for Foot Easy 10. Footy Facil has completed the comeback over on the secondary stream, but back over here to the primary as Takiman is on the charge here. He wants to complete this comeback.
Yeah, again, you often wonder what the mentality is coming in, and that seemingly is that momentum. He wants to go and kill this game off and complete his own comeback. And then, for the first 2 console games, we could potentially have seen, goals down and comebacks on. So here in the 75th minute here.
Headed down following the corner. Irfan has really shrunk away from the second half of this game. Since that early chance we saw in the first half from Takiman, he has grown and grown into this game. Seems to be one-way traffic. What can he do? Irfan to try and turn the tide of this fixture, a fixture that he was leading 2-0. But with only 10 minutes left, he's looking forced to share the points. Which, considering how commanding he was looking in the first half, would be a crying shame indeed. Pulisic over to that far side. Another corner here for Takiman.
Yeah, big set pace incoming here. We've got around about 8 minutes or so left to go. Got to wonder exactly where Takiman's going to try and place this one. We've seen many different variants. We've seen players drill the ball at the goalkeeper and hope for a parry into a danger area. We've seen flick-ons at near posts, we've seen flick-ons at back posts. We've seen players just crossing in and hitting it with a header. So he's got plenty of options here. It's just a case of which way does he take this one. It's such a key moment of the game.
We're about to find out. And Kunku over on that far side, standing over this one, headed on at the near post. We see that often. Oh, good outlet found by the man from Iran. Irfan play style. Love to steal these points back. But Takiman just seems to be, as I said before, growing and growing. That is a vital sliding challenge. You'll need more of that, I fear, for the last 5 minutes of this game, Irfan. As Takiman seems to be, as I said, growing and seems to be in control.
Yeah, he certainly looks to have taken this game by the scruff of the neck. He hasn't found the killer blow yet as Irfan tries to play his way through the lines. It certainly seems to be the momentum with Takiman.
And those black and red shirts are pouring forward. Luka Modric, the Croatian, just dummying, super cancelling. Trying to bait out the challenge, perhaps, force a late penalty. But with 3 minutes added on, is there late drama to come? Modric breaks the lines through to Christian Pulisic. A goal here surely would win it. As there is a stunning cross into Leao. Oh, it's straight at Magnan. Almost stealing all 3 points, but the game will end. Takiman and Irfan share the points. 2 goals from Rafa Leao apiece will end Irfan playstyle 2, Takiman 2. What a game to kick off Wes, our club event finals.
Yeah, I mean, that was one that slowly got into itself. We had that early goal. We had an early 2 goals, actually. It was 2 goals in the first 14 minutes from Irfan playstyle. But those tactical tweaks from Takiman were done at the right time, at the right moment, and it just got him back into the game where he needed it.
Yeah, we can see some of the statistics here, of course, just briefly flashing out there. Seemed to tell the tale of the tape. Way more possession for one side, but in the end, the points are shared.
Yeah, I think if Takiman, I think, had probably had maybe an extra 10 in-game minutes, I think he might have cracked it. There was that last chance with Rafael layout inside the 6 yards that Mayan got his hands to. But again, it was how this started, and it won't be something that Takiman will like to see back. It's just how easily Van Playstyle was able to get through it. But that there is a gift. That there, if that mistake doesn't happen, I mean, do we see Takiman bring it back to 2-1, close it down? Of course, we will never know, Harry. But those types of individual and personal errors, something that Takiman's going to have to eliminate today.
Yeah, of course, we cannot see too many more of those errors. And, well, the neat, casual, controlled finish around the half-hour mark got Takiman on the board and perhaps instilled him with that bit of confidence he needed to go forward. But I think you're absolutely right. Any more of those mistakes today, he's going to be in real jeopardy of not making it through to our grand final later on. There was the equaliser, and from then on, it tended to simmer, but didn't really boil over.
Yeah, there was, again, it was great composure from Takiman to get himself back into the game, but just didn't have enough. Like I said, had he got those extra 5 or 10 in-game minutes, probably would have cracked the case.
So, Anna, our first match number 1, ends Takiman 2, Van Playstyle 2, 1 point apiece.
Yes.
What a way to kick off our club finals.
And a lot of goals.
Plenty of goals.
As you predicted before. So now I just want to let's take a look to the other results of the other platforms on Streaming B and the standings. Just for commenting with you guys this first part of the day.
It's been full, as you said, of goals, and we expected nothing less. I mean, AC Milan, such an attacking-minded team in this game. Rafael Leao, plenty of statistics on his side to just lend to that attacking prowess. But here are those standings you were talking about.
Yes, now we have the standings. So guys, you are surprises about the results?
Yeah, I think seeing Zelo go 1-0 ahead, as we saw with the latest scores, and then we saw the clip of the go-ahead goal with around about 4 minutes from time. It doesn't give you enough time to react, Harry. So it's not a surprise for me to see that result end up in that way. But I think if you'd asked me before the game, I probably would have sided more towards Zelo taking that one. But Foot Easy, showing his class, showing his quality.
Yeah, Footy Facile, of course, aka Foot Easy for the sake of this competition, has won club events previously. So we'll be keeping an eye on him. But yeah, a bit of a shock for me to see the young Pole, obviously 19 years of age, after leading the game, sadly let it slip.
I just want to hear just once again the pronunciation of Salemakers from Wed.
You see, he never got on the ball, so I feel like, I do have a problem with Salemakers.
Amazing.
I think I've finally perfected it.
He was practicing all
I've
night
practiced so
in
much.
the hotel.
Yes.
So much.
And yours pronunciation, Harry?
Of
Salemakers.
Salemakers, easy.
Salemakers,
No problem for me.
easy.
Yeah.
What's the most difficult for you? Of AC Milan.
Probably AC Milan.
AC Milan, but in Italian.
AC Milan.
AC Milan.
Milan.
Close.
AC
Very close.
Milan.
You have to do the gesticulation.
Yeah, close to the right pronunciation. Don't worry. So guys, what's your favorite color?
It's got to be blue, surely.
Oh.
But we can't say that with
yes.
the AC Milan colours. So red for the sake of
Okay, like the studio.
I mean, I'm a derivative of that. I'm a claret man myself. I very much am a claret man.
There you go.
So
But
guys.
burgundy.
Oh, burgundy. My favorite too. You know, really.
That's the synergy.
course.
That's the synergy that's been brought today.
Yes. It's so clear, the synergy between us, all of us, of course. And guys, I just want to know for you, who will win today? For you. Oh,
It is so
it's
so
early,
tough.
but
It's really, really tough because we have players on both platforms that have experience going deep in the eFootball Championship, whether it be through the Open, whether it be winning world titles outright. There's so many players across the board that do have that experience. So it is tough. It is tough. But for me on console, Takiman looks pretty good.
okay, the experience.
Yeah, I'm going all Brazil. That's what I think is going to happen. I think Foot Easy on console and Rentao on mobile. But I'm happy to be completely disproven with all the games that we're going to see today.
Okay, guys, so let's not wait any longer to introduce the second match of the finals in the console platform between Takeman versus Zilo.
Hi, my name is Zilo. I am 19 years old and I am the European Club Event Champion for Milan. Representing AC Milan is a huge honour for me. Not only that, it gives me extra motivation to perform at the highest level. I think the hardest matchup will be against the Brazilian player Fusteso. He's a really smart and skillful player and he has a lot of experience. There will be no easy matches, but if I'm being honest, I do see myself as the favourite. I've prepared well and my form has been strong. When I make it to the World Finals, there's only one objective, and that's to be the World Champion.
Well, we heard it there from the horse's mouth. His toughest match was the one that he just played, Wes. And sadly for young Zilo, he will enter this match on the stream with no points to his name after forfeiting that lead against his toughest match previously.
Yeah, and I think that's a difficult spot to come into a game with. You know, knowing that you've gone out, lost your first game, marginally, might I add. But you have that confidence that you can go again. You know, you have to kind of almost have goldfish brain and just forget it all happened and go again.
Well, here we are then. It's the return of Takeman. We just saw him salvage a point against his opponent, a fan play style. And we can introduce Zilo. Man, we just heard from our Europe and Africa regional winner, playing in the all-changed white strip, trying the improvised turn there, the ball just getting away from him. He's 19 years of age. He's the youngest console player we have here today at our club event finals. And we mentioned at the top of the show, obviously was just one game away from joining some eFootball history, royalty, if you will, in becoming a world champion at 17 years of age.
Yeah, it makes me feel old, as that when I spoke to him last week after national triumph, and he very casually said to me, I remember playing you when I was 13 years old, and I immediately felt, I'm an unk now. That's how I kind of felt, but it just goes to show you that that's the longevity that he's got already. Yes, we talk about him being 19 years old, but this is a man now that we have seen grow up within the camera lens. As opportunity here for him to make first impression.
Here's the young Pole on the ball, back to Liao, oh, and that's what he can produce. At a moment's notice. Beautiful build-up into the box, pulled it back to who else? We're going to get sick of saying his name today. It's Liao, scoring first.
Well, I channeled my inner Anna, as that I was just marvelling at that beautiful piece of play. You'll see it again here, is that you think, oh, he's turned down a cul-de-sac, he's turned into a brick wall. No, instead, improvised back heel, wonderful finish. I mean, again, just the coolness, and again, knowing and aware that Rafael Leao was completely unmarked, manages to get the first goal for Zilo off the mark here on the live stream.
And that'll be a bit of a tonic to him at a moment in which we were praising him, but also just reminding everyone that he did lose his previous match. Zilo scoring first here. He is up 1-0, and well, Jimenez would love to try and double that here. It has no support, but it doesn't matter. Magnan forced into action. That controlled strike almost beating the goalkeeper on the other side. As for Takeman, he went down 2-0 in his previous match, so this will be light work for him, you'd imagine. Liao, nice footwork. Over to the far side. Dispossessed, though, by Rabiot.
I don't think Takeman will be wanting to give his opponent a 2-0 head start here again.
Certainly not. It's another back heel from Zilo. This time the roles are reversed between Nkunku and Liao. Oh, nice touch to try and keep things in play, but sadly trickled over the line there.
It was almost spot on there for Zilo, but rolled out of play for a goal kick. Certainly seems to be in control here, though, Harry.
Yeah, it does indeed. Of course, we'll be keeping an eye on all the tactics between the two sets of players here, as that's a really risky back pass towards Mike Maignan. Everyone at this club event finals has AC Milan players available to them, but the difference, of course, is the tactics, the player instructions, the sub-tactics. We'll be keeping a keen eye on those as things progress today. It's all about, in these club events, Wes, and the lead up to the World Finals, making sure that you're as in tune with the strengths of your club as is possible. Nice footwork again by Takiman, that time though dispossessed.
Yeah, it's all of the preparation work that goes into it. Yes, you want to know what your team is good at. You want to know what they're bad at as well.
Yeah, nice, really nice roulette there from Jimenez. Oh! What a finish! What a move! Zilo announcing himself to the live stream with this. Was that a Trivela finish as well?
He may just do it. What a beautiful move. It was a Trivela finish. Channeling the great Brazilians of the past for AC Milan, but we'll see it again here. And he always, I will say this about these eFootball replays, it always looks so much better when they get slowed down. Just completely took him out the game. Left foot Trivela, wonderful finish into the corner of the net. Zilo as a second goal, thanks to the Mexican Santiago Jimenez.
Might be one of the best goals we see all day. The 19-year-old doubling his advantage. As for Takiman, well, it's the second game in a row in which he's conceded the first two goals. And I know it's getting late over there in Japan. They're about 8 hours ahead of the time in Milan at the moment, so we're approaching about 10 p.m. over there. Takiman will need to wake up, as Jimenez threatening for him there.
Yeah, just get himself a corner for his spoils, but you're quite right, it needs to be a quick response now, much like it was in the first game against Irfan. Needs a very similar response now.
Oh, it's into a really dangerous area there. Takiman, no stranger to events. I mentioned before, was the club event finalists in 2024. Also in 2023, who took part in the National Prefectural Esports Championship in Japan, representing Tochigi Prefecture. Lost to the eventual champion Takaki around 2 to 3 years ago in that competition, but making the top 8 in Japan is no easy feat at all. 10 minutes until half-time.
Yeah, it looks as though why not get a goal back before half-time like he did against Irfan Playstyles. The ball's lumped forward by Zilo. It's coming back towards Zilo's defence now.
Yeah, just growing into this game again, Takiman. You just wager, perhaps, that Zilo, knowing the position he's in, no points in the group so far after his previous result, will just need to get the stunning strike off and fire home his third goal. Zilo 3, Takiman 0. And it's just 40 minutes in. Santiago Jimenez seems to be the talisman here for Zilo.
Yeah, it certainly does. And again, you see it again from the wave of players moving forward. You see it from this angle. You saw players moving forward in white shirts, and Jimenez was that loose man over. He had so much time, he was able to perform a stunning strike, which, as we saw Takiman trying to get that clearance off in game one, just shows you just how slowed down it can be. But Santiago Jimenez, certainly that lightning rod for Zilo in his pursuits of making the finals here today.
Yeah, realistically needs a result to go his way in this game here. Takiman with the super cancels. You see that power bar disappear and that input cancelled. That's exactly what we mean. That's a nice find here to Liao again. Really nice build-up. Takiman's on the board.
Yeah, bit of trickery, bit of ingenuity from the man from Japan. See it again here. Again, you talked about those super cancels. You talked about the power bar disappearing. It's just, again, just feints and feints and feints again. It's a really well-timed over-the-top through ball.
Seemed like everyone forgot about Liao once he passes the ball here. Look at the space he has to run into.
Yeah, it's like we said, sometimes it is as simple as giving the ball to the AI runner. It's literally that simple sometimes within eFootball. Gets himself a goal back for half-time, although mentally, still 3-1 down here. He's going to have to do something very special here.
Zilo is a difficult player to overturn deficits against at the best of times. Here is Leao. And Nkunku dispossessed by Rabiot at the second time of asking as well. So with 3 minutes added on here in the first half, can Takiman set his second half aspirations in the right direction with a goal here? Purple power bar, that was queued up for that stunning strike, but well, it's allowed here. A 3-on-3 break at the back as more white shirts join here as well. And Nkunku beating Pavlovic to the ball. The first half though in the books now. Zilo 3, Takiman 1. Wes, some goals we saw in that first half.
Yeah, it was almost a clinic from Zilo at moments in that game. But interestingly, just in that close before half-time, that one opportunity where the kind of almost looked as though that Takiman's defence had failed him. The reason for it was that he'd got one notch up on the attack, which kind of pushes forward your defenders a little bit more aggressively. Your fullbacks or your wingbacks will push further up. But as a result, you do leave yourself lacking in defence. And that's something that Takiman is going to have to be careful of here, because Zilo's been at balanced all game. It's not going to be something that he kind of forgets. He's going to know that Takiman's pushing to try and get himself another goal here.
On the second half, now well and truly underway. It's an early corner here towards Zilo. That's a stooping header. As Zilo tries to increase his advantage. Jimenez cannot create anything just yet, but the white shirts here are relentless in attack. That's nice control from Nkunku, brings it under his spell. Cleared away, but what is, I think, most scary and concerning perhaps for Takiman is, oh, Zilo is deadly accurate. Oh, look at this, twisting, turning, it's off the frame, and I was about to say he's had 5 shots, all of which on target. That one, the first that is off the mark.
It's almost egregious how good Zilo is in isolation with those skill moves of stop-starts and the ability to just knowing timing and execution. It's incredible from the 19-year-old.
You're seeing it there in real time as you're describing it. Down to Leao, nice control. Tomori hurries in. And Nkunku with a double touch! Oh, again, same post is rattled.
Someone get Mayan a paintbrush to repaint that post, because it's twice in quick succession that the woodwork has been struck.
Well, just trying to quell the flames that are ever growing here by Zilo, Wes. There's a pause, time for some tactical changes.
Yeah, I think sometimes you just need to take a breath. And interestingly, from what we can see from, I believe that is Zilo's screen there, slightly different makeup. It's almost a 4-2-2. It's a little bit more central. It's looking to make the best of what you have going through the centre, and almost completely forget about these wing options and completely forget about these wing backs. It's almost a statement of going, I'm not worried about what you've got, Takiman. I'm just going to attack you and keep attacking you.
Well, here are those substitutes made in that brief intermission there, of course, as we get to check in with our secondary stream happening. Of course, you can check the pinned comments to watch live yourselves if you're interested more in the featured match on the B stream. But here we are between Takiman and Zilo as things stand. It is Zilo, who spent some seasons in the eFootball Pro League in complete control here. That one, though, trickles away from him. But we've seen so much experience from him, even as young. I mean, I remember his brother, of course, making his debut in Porto. What was he then, 15, 16 years of age? Zilo, even younger.
Yeah, and that's it. I mean, on one side of that UK champion thing was myself. The other side was Ostrich. I think at the time, it was 14. Wow. He went off to Porto and took the tournament by storm. And we saw the exact same type of thing from Zilo, representing domestically in eFootball Pro. I remember almost a comic interview where I had to interview both him and his brother. I'm just looking up to just try and figure out where I talk to them, because mammoth human beings, but in terms of when not only are they mammoth human beings off the console, they are Goliaths on here. And of course, the scary part for me is that there's a third brother that, if you spoke to either Ostribuch or Zelo, they arguably say that he's the better of the three that we've not actually seen. So, it certainly does run in the blood, just being that good at eFootball or Pro Evolution Soccer or whichever entity you identify it as.
Might we see that third brother in the future?
Who knows, Harry? But if we do, I might just run for the hill. I might just say that's it, that's enough. But in terms of this here, it's a performance we expect of Zelo. We expect him to be there or thereabouts. Again, narrowly lost that first game. Has come into this game with a whole kind of different mindset and shift. We've seen some incredible pieces of play from him in both super cancels and cutbacks, in just game awareness that I just think that Takiman just hasn't been able to handle.
Yeah, just keeping a keen eye on exactly what the substitutes are saying here. Looks, as you said, that we're going to see some kind of mature substitutes, as it were, from Zelo. Subbing off a defender even. It's very rare you'll see that at this level of competition, but at the score 3-1, you have a lead to defend.
Yeah, I mean, you certainly look at fatigue and the stamina. My old trick would have been a defender, midfielder, attacker, and then that way then you've at least got fresh legs in all pieces of in pieces of your team. The interesting point for him though is that he's moved two players out to left mid and right mid, which just suggests there's a bit more conservative play coming from him.
Well, the subs are in. We've resumed the second half. Takiman needs 2 goals. It's Pulisic. Well, he's fired one of them in. Well. Christian Pulisic has made this a very interesting game indeed. 3-2 now.
Just after your switches and just after you've changed shape is the worst time to concede. Because now you start to doubt yourself and you think, right, have I made the right changes? Have I made the right calls? The issue with it, though, is those substitutions have been and gone. There's nothing you can do about them now. Again, wonderful finish from Takiman, gets himself back into the game, and again, gives something for Zelo to worry about.
We've all been there. You've just made wholesale changes. You've swapped personnel, and then immediately you concede, and you think, oh no. Have I done the right thing? Zelo will be hoping so, because of course, having lost his first game, he does not want to go into the third and final round of group stage play needing a favour from somewhere else. That would be a nightmare position to be in. Bartisagi here for Takiman. He's giving chase to this result. He himself doesn't want to enter the final round with just 1 point to his name. Here's Christian Pulisic! Oh, it's 3-3! The comeback! Takiman just wakes up into these games. Captain America ties it up.
Such quick feet for Pulisic. We'll see it again here. But you're quite right. Taken far too long to get himself into the game, Takiman. I dread to think what would happen if he hit the front in one of these games first off. You'll see it here, again, really good patience. It's that quick touch that just gets it out of the feet of Pavlovic, I think, who was defending for Zelo. Again, see it, it's a brilliant bit. Just touches it away from quick feet. Neat and tidy, and it was a really good finish. And now 3-3 between these two, which, again, I'm not sure if a draw really does either of them, doesn't really do them a favour. I mean, of course, it depends on what is happening in the other fixture that's happening, but I'm not sure whether that actually gives them a point, really helps them out in this scenario.
No, and now after conceding 2 goals after your wholesale changes, it probably confirms it, doesn't it, Wes? Yeah, you know what? Let's go back to plan A, because maybe not feeling too comfortable in terms of this switch in personnel. And now you're chasing a goal. You're chasing a result if you're Zelo, because you don't want to, after scoring 3, come away with only 1 point.
Yeah, and I think that's a quandary that he's now had, is that, again, if you keep with your plan A, because in fairness, Zelo's plan A was working. It was working. It was 3-1 up. Plan A was working. That's fine. It's the risk you run when you start diverting your game plan to almost nullify your opponent. the reality is that his plan A was nullifying the opponent because he was 3-1 up. Now he's got a real problem on his hands.
The stars are shining here for Takiman. Rafa Leao, his favourite player, almost running straight through the entire team. And Takiman just seems to grow and grow. I cannot tell you enough how impressed I have been by the 35-year-old. And his never say die attitude. Perhaps a miscued or mispressed input there. But he has just had the mentality that you need at this level of the game. And truly, it's the belief that you can come back that is setting Takiman and his adversaries apart at this moment in time.
Yeah, and that's it. It's that, as was alluded to by Anna introducing the first game, it's that seasoned warrior mentality of knowing that you have the experience of playing this game and going and playing against some very hard players in your region, knowing that you've got through it. That confidence, certainly to bring yourself back from the brink, but there's an opportunity here for Zilo.
Yeah, he turned his defender, but the recovery was there. A reminder, it's not about the dog in the fight, it's about the fight in the dog. And Takiman here, coming forward in the home strip. Nice layoff there to Nkunku, but I believe Pulisic flagged for offside.
Yeah, I think that's very much the most offside you're going to get out of this game. But with the final moments ticking down here, Harry, as I said, it'll be interesting to find out what's happened in the other game, as it's just flashed up here.
Yeah, that other game is going on as things stand. It is Foot Easy 2, Fan Play Style 1. So the man who's smiling the most out of all of this is Foot Easy. Mr. Footy Facil would mathematically be in the finals later on. Here's Nkunku. Oh, it's a big strike from downtown, almost providing us late drama here in the 90th minute. Takiman and Zilo look set, do they, to play out a 3-3 draw, which, Wes, would send us into a third round of group play in all kinds of drama. There is not drama yet, though, as Leao offers Zilo at one of the last attacks of the match. Just scores the goal that surely will take home the 3 points that perhaps he felt he deserved from the get-go. Just dangled the opportunity to Takiman like a carrot on a stick, but Zilo at the last minute whips it away. 4-3.
The pole will just not be denied. Zilo will not be denied. You'll see it here again. Very similar to that Takiman chance that we saw in game one, where it, ricocheted, and that's an example of it going one way for one player and coming back for Zilo in this instance. It's a save from Magnan. Actually pushes it into his own net. I mean, the shot was goal bound anyway. I don't think it would have mattered. But it is that magic man again, Rafael Leao, and Zilo may have just took it back away from Takiman. Of course, there's still a tiny bit of time left on the clock here. Whether Takiman can do something with it or not remains to be seen.
His mentality has changed immediately from one blue bar to one red bar. That means he's gone a bit more attacking, Takiman, but it's the home strip that need a chance, need a goal, and that will not come. After coming back from 3-0 down, Takiman gave it as good as he got up until the 92nd minute, Wes. And Zilo snatches the result, snatches the victory, and snatches all 3 points.
Yeah, very much looks like Zilo won that one on points. Really did. It was hammer blow after hammer blow from those two. But again, looking at how it broke down, you feel as though Zilo may just have edged it. And I think he'll probably learn a little bit more from that game, in the sense of maybe not making changes when you're 3-1 up, maybe just leaving yourself as it was.
Yeah, he did make plenty of changes, didn't he, after conceding that one goal to Takiman. It was, I mean, a game full of goals. These highlights could go on for quite some time, Wes. But the ultimate thing that matters is that Zilo survives that late resurgence from Takiman after scoring, well, this could be the pick of the bunch, the Trivela finish.
I mean, he could have a goal of the day competition by himself. It really was that well put together. We'll see it here again, just a neat kind of roulette turn into that Trivela finish or the outside of the boot finish into the corner. It's a wonderful piece of skill, but again, in those moments, Harry, it's about timing. Yes, it's knowing what to do in terms of what skill button to execute, but it's about timing and knowing when to go and execute them. It's all well and good doing it in, you know, in your own half or in the middle of the park where there's no real danger, but to do it going into the penalty box is something completely different.
Well, we're just watching replays of the goal that made it 3-0, and you're probably thinking as a viewer, it's all done and dusted. I can put the kettle on, I can go put my feet up. But just before half-time, we saw this goal by Takiman that started the comeback. We thought, OK, there's signs of life here. Then we see this goal, and with time still on the clock, with about 25 minutes left to play plus stoppages, you think, hang on a second, Takiman's still alive here.
Yeah, he certainly was. I mean, again, it was after that kind of 60 to 65 minute changes that we saw, the slight changes in shape from Zilo, which, again, wonderful piece of trickery there from Takiman, just to, again, quickness and agility to get that ball away from the defender, just rolls it home. And again, at that point, you thought, it's done and dusty, we're into injury time, and then we see this.
It's heartbreaking, isn't it? Absolutely heartbreaking for Takiman after scoring and coming back to tie it up 3-3 with time still on the clock. It was anyone's game, but Zilo, the young Pole in the battle of youth versus experience, it's youth that wins out. Our youngest console player here at the club event finals, Anna, is our winner and takes home 3 points.
Another match full of goals, guys.
Yep.
Your prediction was right. And I want to just look at the standings and the results of the other platform together. I love the selfie between Leao, Modric, and Salamakers. They are so real.
It's a great celebration to
Yes.
have. It really is.
Let me tell you, it's the most frustrating, though, because you can't skip the replays in tournament mode. So if you just concede and then you see Leao, Modric, everyone huddling around for a selfie.
Yes,
Just
it was
smiling,
so nice.
smiling at you in a menacing fashion as he's just scored his third. Yeah,
After the day, we have to take a selfie like them.
We should
of course.
recreate
We
it.
are
yeah,
three.
we're going to recreate that.
I will be maybe Leao. You will be Salamakers.
I'll be Salamakers. I'll have to
And
be.
you, Modric.
I'll be
Harry.
Modric. As a
Okay.
North London club fan, that suits me nicely.
Perfect. We have the standings, guys. You are surprised about the results. What are
Well,
your feelings?
I think looking at it, I mean, Foot easy. Again, 2-1 in the first game, 2-1 in the second, now sitting top of the group. Certainly has kind of shown that quality is there from the Brazilian. It'll be interesting to see whether we can go on and do that in the third game, or does it take his foot off the gas, so to speak? Knowing that, again, looking, and thankfully we have boffins for this, Harry, as we always do, but looking at it, we think he's mathematically qualified for the console final. Be interesting to see how he takes it into account. We'll see it here. Yeah, it can't be caught in that final game.
Yeah, it goes to show, doesn't it, that it is all about what you are able to do on the day, but also you asked us at the top of the show, Anna, how much will it play into an advantage to those who are experienced in this format? Foot Easy won a club event a couple of years ago in Barcelona, so you would imagine that it's ringing true exactly what we were talking about. The most experienced players who know this format, know what it takes to get it done at this stage, tend to rise to the top.
Thank you, guys. I have a question for you. Have you ever been at San Siro?
I've been outside the San Siro.
Oh,
it's
no.
menacing, but they wouldn't let me in.
We have
I
a
don't know.
problem. Outside San Siro, but not inside for a match.
I know. It's beautiful, though.
Yeah, unfortunately for me, I've only seen it through my television screen, through many of the historic events that have happened in that venue. There's too many to name, but yeah, it's a magnificent stadium, which, it's one of those bucket list ones where you'd want
With
to go.
an incredible atmosphere, you know. Wow.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
It's an important piece of history of football, Italian football, of course. And what's your favorite stadium? In Europe, maybe, or in the world?
That's a good question. I'd have to think about that one.
I mean, I've always been a big fan of the Allianz. I've always been a big fan of the Allianz with Bayern Munich.
I think Old Trafford. Old
Trafford.
It's beautiful. The Theatre of Dreams. Hope we'll be able to go back there for the club event finals this year, later on this season. But yeah, Old Trafford just has that magic about it.
So during this season, we have to organize to San Siro together.
That sounds good.
Yeah, I'm down.
If you think they will let me in this time,
yes.
I think that you have that pull, probably. You have the powers to get me in the stadium. I think we could make that happen.
It will be great, guys. It will be great with lasagna, with calzone, and with
pizza.
pepperoni pizza,
Yeah, there we go.
of course.
Perfect.
Do you have an idol of the AC Milan history? Because there were a lot of champions.
Oh, yeah.
We were
yeah.
talking about this, weren't we? Ronaldinho.
Yeah, I
Oh,
think
my
that
favorite.
made me fall in love with football.
Yeah.
My first football shirt was of the Ronaldinho.
Just a magician on the ball, truly. No one comes close in footballing history for me, so it's got to be him.
Yeah,
Was
I think,
incredible.
yeah, I think we had that universal love of Ronaldinho, but for me, again, more so for my playing style, I loved an artist in midfield. You know where I'm going with this. Very handsome-looking man, beard, long hair. You know him. His name's Andrea Pirlo.
Yes,
Oh.
one of the best Italian football player of every time. I love them both. So guys, let's not wait any longer to witness the third match of the finals between the Japanese and the Americans regional winner, Takeman versus Futisi 10.
Meu nome é Bruno Mota da Silva, mais conhecido como Fute Fácil. É muito prazeroso chegar aqui nas finais do Milan. Já ganhei uma vez o Barcelona e espero ganhar novamente do Milan. Cara, é um clube que passou muitos brasileiros já, então eu gostaria de representar porque é um clube um dos maiores do mundo e seria uma honra. Eu acho que contra o polonês. A gente já jogou contra em um campeonato de dupla na Arábia. Primeiro é pensar em classificar, não se preocupar tanto com como a gente vai se classificar, se é jogando bem ou não, mas procurar classificar, porque campeonato é isso aí. Cara, acho que tá tudo em aberto, porém eu acho que eu tenho um pouco de favoritismo por já ter classificado outras vezes. Eu acho que eu posso ganhar porque eu me adaptei bem com o time do Milan. Ano passado eu acabei perdendo a final das Américas com o Henrique. É um time que eu gostei bastante de jogar e esse ano eu acabei sendo campeão e espero ganhar a final geral. Eu acho que o Milan é um time muito bom e creio que tem bastante chance de ser campeão com o Milan.
Well, amazing to see Futisi 10 there. A few things to pick up on. First of all, his focus on qualifying. We can say now he has made it through the group stages. So, job one, that's done. But it's also great to see that last year obviously fell a little bit short. His ambitions this year is to go one further. He mentioned Enrique, that's Henriquinho, of course. He will be hoping, that is Futisi, that he can follow in his footsteps and represent a Milanese club at the World Finals. He's technically one game away from doing that, Wes.
Yeah, and again, we talk about momentum being such a key factor in these types of events. Of course, Futisi will know that one all well and good. So I don't think he'll be looking to come into this game and take that foot off the gas. I think he'll want to take, you know, a perfect 9 points in with some confidence going into that console final.
Yeah, most certainly. We have the rest of the group stages to play out, though. It is going to be Futisi in the all-white strip, the Brazilian who tops the group as things stand, here with Christian Pulisic just going straight for goal from that angle. No doubt he'll be wanting to prove that he is the man to beat in this group. As you said, maintain some of that confidence going into the console grand final later on. And it's going to be Takeman in the black and red strip, the classic AC Milan colours. Attacking here early and really looking at the group table, we need to see Takeman pull out a strong performance against the Brazilian who tops the group as things stand.
Yeah, it certainly will, as there's an opportunity here.
Oh, Leao, yeah, venturing into the box for Takeman.
But is he having to defend at will here?
Yeah, 15 minutes gone. We've seen Futisi on the attack. We've seen Takeman venture forward as well. So this is what I like to see, both competitors knowing, although one of them is already qualified, that this could be a bit of a fight in a phone booth. A bit of a shootout between the two of them here in the group stages. Here comes Takiman. Salamakers near side. Stunning cross. Looking towards Jimenez. Oh, the header. Straight at Manyan. The 35-year-old keeping things alive here. Nkunku. Back to him on the edge of the box. Nice turn. Trying to get defenders to commit into a tackle. I think there were 3 in the end needed to dispossess Takiman. And this is where Foot-Easy can be dangerous. We've seen him in club events in the past turn defence into attack at the blink of an eye. That time though, Takiman surviving.
Well, this might be a more comfortable game for him because he knows that Takiman has to go on the attack.
And attacking he is. Leao with the drag back, goes for goal and scores first. That's nice from Takiman. Yuki-san on the board first against the group leader.
Yeah, it's a really good finish and it's exactly what he needs, because to remind yourself here, Takiman needs a victory against Foot-Easy coming into this game, and he needs favours elsewhere, but lovely drag back there and a beautiful finish into that corner. Has himself a goal lead. Of course, we're trying to keep his eyes open for what's happening around him, but again, he's got to do his part first. Row the challenge there. Drag back lovely onto the stronger foot there of Leao. Thundered home.
Really
Takiman has a goal up.
Just from that replay, Wes, we could see how technical Takiman is. The drag back, the super cancel on the strike, just to show the animation and then to just push it out of his feet, as you said, on that stronger foot, and then pull the trigger. Foot-Easy, although he is home and hosed, is at the moment trailing in this group stage match, and he's given the ball away, dwelling on the ball there. It's Rabiot going forward here for Takiman. That's a really strong and needed challenge. Pavlovic, the hero. Otherwise, Footy for Sil would have been, well, 2 goals down in half an hour. He's on the attack now, though. Luka Modric, nice double touch. Skips past his man. He's going all the way, is he? Headed down, not done yet by the Brazilian Foot-Easy. And now, Takiman, after surviving that flurry of attacks, and Nkunku up against Pavlovic, tries to go inside. He does so, gets the controlled strike away. And time to breathe now, Wes.
Yeah, a little bit of reprieve here for these two as the ball breaks out into midfield, but Foot-Easy will want to get that ball in. As a slight mistake there from Takiman. There's a panic there. There's opportunity here now.
Yeah, here comes Foot-Easy. This could be the goal back he wants. He's got across the face of goal. That's calm. Calm in the face of adversity. And we did wonder, Wes, after going 2-0 down in his first group stage game and coming back, then 3 goals down in his second group game, albeit losing in the end, did come back in that one as well. We wondered, what can Takiman do when he goes ahead in a match? And I think he's showing us here as Leao's won the ball back. Nice roll. Sadly into a forest of players. Too much traffic between himself and the goal. And Foot-Easy on the ropes here at the end of the first half.
I know I can say this sat here in cold blood, Harry, but that goalkeeper moved out just a touch when Takiman recovered that ball. He might have been able to get away with a near post strike. Instead, he went for the double touch and went to try and put it in the corner. Now he's under pressure again.
Yeah, Ricci, nice turn. Pulisic from distance will force the corner, I believe.
I think it will be a corner.
Wow, what a game we're having so far.
End to end in a game that we didn't quite expect to be end to end. Certainly Takiman's goal to open the scoring, I think, certainly put paid to that idea.
Of course, it's well past 10 p.m. at the moment in Japan. But Takiman looks to be wide awake. Has to defend this, though. That's a good save and a strong one. We'll have to do it again here. The controlled strike following that double touch is not enough to equalise towards the end of the first half. It is Takiman 1, Foot-Easy 0. And for us, Wes, now we can get our feet back under us. That was end-to-end. That was high-octane action.
Chaos is what it was, Harry. It was absolute chaos. You're quite right. I mean, again, the goal that we didn't quite expect to happen then puts Takiman ahead. Now, it really does, you know, certainly puts our minds to, how's the other game going? What are we looking at on the other side of this bracket? Because it's one thing knowing that Takiman's ahead here. Be interesting to know what's happening between Zilo and Irfan as well.
Absolutely, will define, no doubt, the end placings in this group. If you're just joining us, this is match number 5, but technically match number 3 of the live stream and our first club event of the eFootball Championship 2026. This is for the right to represent AC Milan at the eFootball World Finals in the summer of 2026. Takiman having to defend here. Futi Vasil trying his hardest, but cannot break through the lines. You may sometimes, Wes, hear us call Futi Vasil. Vasil, of course, being easy in Spanish and no doubt in Portuguese as well.
Indeed. Harry was commonly known back when I was competing as
I
Futi
clocked that,
Vasil.
Wes, at half-time. I just realised why he's called Futizi now.
Yeah, it's how he's commonly known to many in the esports realm of eFootball. And I'll tell you what, though, he's no easy character to get past. I'll tell you that for nothing.
So 1 hour gone. Takiman 1, Futizi 0. Oh, that's a big challenge. That's a strong challenge. Was he in control of himself there? The referee says just a yellow. The crowd asking real questions of the official there.
Falls into the category for me that's rash.
Sunday League stuff, that is.
Rash, mistimed, any other adjectives you can throw in there to just say it was a bad tackle. But he's lucky to get away with just the booking there. We cut to the game plan screen here.
But while these challenges and these changes are going, we can take a look at how the secondary streams go in. You were asking the question, Wes, and well, I can tell you we are all tied up in this match between Irfan Playstyle and Zilo. 2 goals apiece, still in the first half.
Praise be the Boffins. That's all I can say. Praise be the Boffins on what that does, because of course put Zilo on 4 points. But goal difference comes into play. There's so many other factors. Thankfully, we haven't got to work that one out, Harry. We just get to sit here and watch this all play out in front of us.
Well, it's all song and dance on the secondary stream. Back here on the main stream, Takiman is doing what he needs to do. Cannot worry about what's happening elsewhere. Needs to make sure he closes out this hard-fought 3rd group stage match and go out with honour. And where you are at the end of it, well, that's up to, as you said, the tiebreaker rules, the boffins, the referees in the back. We have some of the very best here in the eFootball Championship. As this second half is just getting a little bit scrappy here, as both players perhaps know what's at stake. I think Modric is still offside here.
Yeah, one thing we also normally call out in terms of the mobile games that we obviously, when we cast, in terms of how quickly the time ticks down. Feels like I've blinked and it's half-time, and now we're at nearly 70 minutes into this game, such as there have been no fouls, no real stoppages, substitutes haven't really come to the fore as yet. These two just seemingly wanting to fight this one out with the teams that are on the field.
Just 20 minutes to go. You mentioned mobile. We'll have, of course, mobile games later on. Here's Loftus-Cheek. Oh, again, his challenge, or rather his strike, foot easy into an absolute forest of defenders. Cannot find clear space. Nice double touch, and Nkunku. Loftus-Cheek on the overlap. Well, how will this be dealt with? Perhaps Futizi there just preempting a pass back ahead, back to the goalkeeper. In the end, Takiman decided to play the ball forward. Leao's giving this one chase. I think it was initially intended for the man a little bit further on, but Leao is just dogged in winning this ball back. And Takiman still pushing forward here. Pulisic on the turn. Oh, it's 2-0. Leao never gave up the ball. And it's Pulisic scoring here for Takiman.
Expert use of the shoulder charge, you'll see here. Wasn't enough to commit a foul, but it was enough to make Footy Pasil, Foot Easy, uneasy enough to make an error, and as a result, Takiman every opportunity to win the ball back, and it's really good ball movement here. It's a pass into Pulisic, and then rather than trying to take the strike first time, instead turns back the other way, finds the opposite corner.
That is a beautiful bit of skill. And with 10 minutes to go, Takiman to Foot Easy 0. Well, it could be, well, it is 2-1. Straight away, Foot Easy from the kickoff. Scoring the goal that will make this a very nervy last 10 minutes here for Takiman. You always say it, Wes, it's when you're most vulnerable.
Well then, take everything we just said about going 2-0 up and maybe just carve that into your nearest local dustbin. Again, just almost seemingly just cut through. Again, good double use of the double touch to get the ball in, and again, it's an unexpected finish. It's not who you expect to be on the end of it. But again, sometimes, and I stress this, sometimes these players need to utilise those players that you don't anticipate. If it's not Leao, it doesn't need to be Leao. It doesn't need to be Nkunku or Jimenez. It can be whoever is in the right place at the right time. And on that occasion, it was Foot Easy who's given himself a lifeline in this game with around about 10 minutes left to go.
Well, well, well. How is your nerve, Takiman? We've seen you come back in your last 2 games. Can you hold on in your last game? You may well need to. The last time we checked in on the secondary stream, it was 2-2, which would mean the points shared between those two. And Nkunku here for Takiman. Wants to try and repay the favour. Christopher Nkunku has won the ball back here far up the pitch, but well. Foot Easy is not giving this one up. Leao to the goal scorer, nice 1-2s, and Takiman is just chasing shadows here. Oh, it's 2-2. A second goal for Foot Easy with the substitute, Wes. Where's he come from? Where's he found him?
Same place, same time. It's just managed to find another goal. It's 2 goals inside 6 minutes. Again, substitutes, they pay dividends, especially when you look at, if I'm going to pronounce this right, Valentien, I think I'm going to go with, is that the right pronunciation? I believe it might be one of AC Milan's youngsters that's come through, because of course we've seen through many iterations of eFootball esports that these players will go to the very depths of their squads to find those vital pieces of the puzzle. And Valentien might just be one of those for Foot Easy.
Born in 2006,
oh, don't make me old.
19 years of age, the Dutch footballer. The forward for AC Milan on the double here for Foot Easy, and potentially breaking Japanese hearts who have stayed up late to watch this broadcast. As Takiman, well, it's always drama where he's involved. Was 2-0 up, now 2-2. 90th minute. Which way will the last attack fall? 3 minutes added on. Foot Easy in possession. Christopher Nkunku for the Brazilian cannot move the ball in a direction that will appease his master. Here's Pulisic. Nice 1-2 over the top. Can the American find pay dirt here? Doesn't look like it, as Foot Easy Footy Fasil, well, maybe he'll get the last attack. We're in the 4th of 3 added on. It's into the hands of Manyan, and I think this game will end Takiman 2, Foot Easy 2. The points are shared in the group stages at the AC Milan 2026 Club Event Finals here at the eFootball Championship. It is all drama. And what a game, what a series of games we've seen in the group stages.
Yeah, I mean, 3 fantastic ties that we have seen on the live stream here. Again, in terms of how much of an impact that has had, that result, it puts Takiman out. But of course, in the other game that was going on, Zelo has 3 points, Fan Playstyle has 1. So we still have to find out who is going to be facing Foot Easy in that console final. But again, wonderful fight back from the Brazilian.
Yeah, it was truly an amazing fight back, and of course an introduction to one of those diamonds in the rough, of course. You said Balantien, the Dutch professional footballer, of course, for the Rossoneri, saving the blushes of Foot Easy and maintaining his 100% unbeaten record in the AC Milan group stages here. Didn't come easy though, despite his name. Takiman with the first 2 goals. We saw the first just then. And here, at this stage of the game, with that turn and that finish, you'd put your house on Takiman seeing this one through.
Yeah, I mean, you know, do you then after you score that, do you then go really defensive? Do you then try and really close the gaps? But again, wonderful bit of play there from Foot Easy.
He's on full blue at this point.
Yeah, he already knew where he was. He already knew he didn't have to try and push that. But again, as Brazilian pride tends to be, Harry, as much as you know it as well as I do, they don't like losing. And certainly Foot Easy pulling, as you said quite rightly, a diamond from the complete rough and the reserves of AC Milan. Just completely stole the show.
Yeah, the 19-year-old will, thanks to his 2 goals, see Foot Easy salvage a point. But I believe, Wes, we have not only Anna joining us here again, but I believe there's still a game going on elsewhere in the group. And you asked the question, which way will that result go? I think it's only fair we should take a look at it now, because we are no doubt in the late stages of this match, and last time we saw it was 2-2.
Yeah, we cut to it during that game as a goal, literally. We saw the replay going on. So, yeah, it was 2-2 by my memory. Now we've just heard word.
4-3. Not sure which way it was. Did you catch that, Wes?
I believe I caught it. I believe it was 4-3 with Irfan on top. So that will be a mammoth victory. And if that stays that way, let me just do the mental maths.
It would be Irfan Playstyle.
It would be Irfan Playstyle going to meet Foot Easy in the final.
Wow, that would be a big, big shock. I mean, we were talking up the 19-year-old Zelo having last weekend on national duty, win such a big tournament, prestigious tournament. Doesn't seem to be carrying over here. That, of course, was a 2 versus 2 tournament. This here is 1 versus 1. Perhaps we're seeing a new face emerge in Irfan Playstyle at his first club event finals. Really, really show that he's not scared of anyone here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, in terms of, as we mentioned, in terms of West Asia, they have a long history of many a country that have many a powerful eFootball player. It certainly looks as though the Irfan Playstyle may be adding himself to this list. The interesting part for me is how long is left on the clock. Because that will be really telling. Because if it's a case that it's a technical pause and it's just them trying to get their breath back and there's still maybe 15, 20 minutes to go, you then have the ability to go again, as we certainly saw. You know, you don't even need 15 minutes. You can have 10. You can do what Foot Easy did and score 2 in 10 minutes. It can turn that quickly. It'll just be very interesting to see how long is left in this one.
Yeah, well,
guys,
indeed.
Before commenting at the standings, I just want to take a look to the streaming B.
Let's do it. We are, no doubt there's going to be just small amounts of time left in this game.
Nominal is what I probably think here. I would imagine it's probably been a very late goal and it's set everything off. As we say, the typical gamer thing, clicking through the menus too quickly for us to see.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, plenty of time.
We still have plenty of time. So with this amount of goals,
Yes.
7 goals in this game, there clearly has been a lot of stoppages. So we'll get a chance to commentate over the last 20 minutes between Irfan Playstyle and Zilo. As it stands, Zilo on his way out of the group stages.
Just to bring you up to speed, Zilo in the white and Irfan Playstyle in the black and red.
So Loftus-Cheek then, for Irfan Playstyle, will just hoof that anywhere will do. And well, has he been fouled here? I think he's caught late there. And the referee, I think he's going to let that one go. Oftentimes you're almost praying when that type of thing happens against you that the referee will reach for his pocket, pull out a red card, but not this time. Irfan Playstyle in possession. Modric over the top. Oh, well, he's still going forward here, Irfan. There is only the one blue bar you'll see at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, so doesn't want to go completely defensive, but understandably wanting to maintain possession here. 15 minutes to go. It would be a result that would see you into the console grand final later on, so maintain possession when you can.
Yeah, it's game management. It's never pretty. It really isn't. We've seen many a time where, though, sometimes you go too defensive too early and you try and be a little bit too cute and a little bit too smart. Normally it's actually your undoing, so he's going to have to be very careful here, Irfan Playstyle, that he doesn't give too much kind of license for Zilo to come at him, because of course Zilo would only need a point to see himself through, so he only needs a goal, but he's going to need to get on with it.
Yeah, only 10 minutes left to try and find that goal. The red cursor, the white shirts of Zilo just cannot seem to string together possession of the football, as both men are no strangers here to being moments away from glory and having it snatched away. Of course, speaking of Zilo, in 2023 was the runner-up of this competition on the console platform. Lost to Udi, the Japanese, in the final then. He was one game away from being world champion, and then last season, Irfan Playstyle making it to the Asia West regional finals, just one step before the World Championships. Has to defend here in the last few moments of this game as Zilo comes forward, and there is that goal! From elimination to potentially featuring in the final later on, Zilo, has he saved his club finals?
Jubilation must be bound for him at the moment. Again, it's patient, even in these moments of pressure, there's patience to find the right run, find the opportunity, and find a brilliant finish into the back of the net. So that's what, 4 in-game minutes, give or take, left to go. And that is a massive goal for Zilo.
Look at that. Some finish, some composure. And Zilo, I'm pretty sure he's been around the block a few times at this point. He probably knows that 1 point is all he needs. That's an equaliser late on in the game. Now maybe he pulls his players back on the team sheet, and as anticipated, yeah, we're seeing it go sort of to plan B once he's got that point. Just set up shop, set up your stall, and maybe anticipate a siege coming his way.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's a very English thing to do, but if I'm Zilo, turn the lights off, close your curtains, pretend you're not at home, no one answer the door, none of that. Just close the game out, because you are into today's console final if you can hold on to it. But still time on the clock, and we've seen it many a time, Harry, in esports within eFootball, is that when there's time on the clock, there are crazy and magical things that can happen. And especially if you've already scored 4 against your opponent, with you having kickoff, with having the time left on the clock, you probably back yourself to go and do it again. It's just a case of whether Irfan Playstyle can put that rubber to the road.
Yeah, the 24-year-old from Iran. I mean, listen, it is tough. It is a tough position to find yourself in, but there is still time on the clock, and with the amount of goals we've seen in the game, it's 4-4 now, so 8 goals. You'd imagine there would be plenty of stoppage time to work with here, so we're thinking maybe, what, 10 or so in-game minutes left for him to try and get another goal back, which would dump Zilo out.
Yeah, I mean, the maximum time I think I've ever seen added within the game of eFootball, I think I saw it a couple of events ago, I think it was like +6.
6, I think, is the most.
So I'd imagine with substitutions, celebrations, the 8 goals that they've already seen in the game, you'd imagine that the in-game referee will probably go, yep, 6 minutes. So you're quite right. You've still got plenty of time to work with, but do you really want to leave it that late to go? I mean, for Irfan, you have to leave it that late. It is now or never.
Not just taking a quick look at the match stats thus far. It looks pretty even across the board. Just the one shot splitting the two. So they've been really going for it, both of these players. No doubt both very worthy of making our final later on. But the question is, Futisi, he's sitting back here in Brazil at this moment in time with his feet up, watching and wondering, who will it be? Will it be Irfan? Will it be Zilo? He faces a little bit later on. So 89th minute just ticked over. And Zilo still carrying the ball forward. This would surely kill it. Oh, it's at the back post. Salivakas. It is over. That is the goal that sees Zilo through. A 9-goal thriller. Irfan play style in the most heartbreaking fashion will be leaving us here.
Pressure makes those champions, certainly in that moment. Just the coolness. Again, I thought he'd got a bit too greedy here, Zilo. I thought he'd done too much. The double touch found a back post header, and that was enough.
Oh.
And again, normally you'd shoot in that type of scenario. It said nope, he saw an opportunity. One ball across the box. Sailormakers there to head it into the back of the net. And that should surely be that.
Well, all the coaching staff are on the pitch. Even the subs are getting involved in the celebrations. 5-4 between Irfan and Zilo. A point good enough for Zilo to go through. As things stand, he has all 3. Irfan won't give this one up. But I fear time is not going to be his friend here. Tomori giving chase to this one. The centre-back joining the attack because of those 2 red bars you see in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. But this one is all over. Zilo, take a bow. Victory from the jaws of elimination. And we'll see him feature later on after besting Irfan play style. 5-4 in the Console Grand Finals. Everybody breathe. Everyone relax. It is now done and dusted. Finally full time.
Now it's done. Guys, I want to check with you the standings, and I want to know your thoughts about the results.
Yeah, I think we should do it because after the group stages, we've seen what our finalists are capable of, from 4 now down to just 2. There is the final standings. We'll see later on, Wes. Futisi against Zilo, when they matched up against each other, it was Futisi who took home the points, but you can see the goals for Zilo. He is full of goals.
Yeah, I mean, if we'd have gone with the proverbial form book here between the players that we saw, as you quite rightly said, it's experience that's told the day. Futisi knows how to get to a console final. Zilo has been at these types of stages, been at these types of events, knows what he's capable of, and more importantly, has shown the kind of the mental side of his game there, because again, to be 4-3 down with what, 10 minutes to go, and it's you could easily get negative, you could easily get on your own back. Instead, he went, nope, I'm going to put my best foot forward, I'm going to go and score, and he scored twice. So it should be a fascinating console final between those two.
Yeah, really looking forward to it later on. Of course, that was on the B stream, Zilo versus Futisi in the group stages, Anna. So now we get to see them later on butt heads in the console grand final. It will be box office, I imagine.
Oh yes, now we have reached the middle part of the finals, guys. So who is your favorite now?
Has your opinion changed, Harry, by any chance?
Well, yes, considering the one I backed earlier is now eliminated, I should probably back a horse. I mean, Zilo looks very impressive, but The Brazilian footed for Sil. Wow. I mean, he has impressed me. And I think if I was going to join and bandwagon,
There's a place here for you. There's a place here.
It would probably be foot easy just to be competitive against you.
I was going to say, there is a place on the Brazilian bandwagon as and when you want it, Harry. But yeah, you're quite right. In terms of foot easy, in terms of his abilities, not managing to come from 2-0 down against Takiman, managing to edge out that result against Zilo, and again, has shown that quality that we've known him to have. And as you rightly said, it is going to be box office, that final, because again, Zilo won't want a repeat of that scoreline, because again, that would mean that he'd be falling at the final hurdle. He'll want to go and represent AC Milan at those World Finals in the summer.
So guys, this is the moment to introduce the mobile platform finals. Yeah. So let's not wait any longer to witness the first match of today between a newcomer and the Western Asia regional winner, Led Zilali versus Kutim Sakti. Enjoy.
السلام عليكم، اسمي زكريا الجيلاني، عمري 22 عام، لاعب مغربي. ماذا يعني لك الوصول إلى نهائيات AC ميلان؟ أنا فرحان أنني وصلت للنهائيات، ولكن بالنسبة لي هذا غير البداية. ماذا يعني لك تمثيل AC ميلان؟ تمثيل فريق عريق مثل AC ميلان شرف كبير. أصعب مواجهة في دور المجموعات، ولماذا؟ أصعب مواجهة بالنسبة لي هو واضح، حيث الصعب. ما هي خطة اللاعب في دور المجموعات؟ الخطة ديالي بسيطة، نقرا المباراة بسرعة ونفرض الرتم ديالي ونسيطر على المباراة. من اللاعب اللي عنده أفضلية في دور المجموعات؟ أنا تايق في راسي بلي غنربح كلشي، واللي كيخليني نثق في راسي هو أنني عارف الإمكانيات ديالي وفاهم اللعبة، واللي كنكون في نهاري تا حد ما كيربح. الهدف من الوصول إلى نهائيات العالمية. وأخيرا شكرا لكل من ساهم في تنظيم هذا الحدث. شكرا eFootball، شكرا AC Milan.
Hello everyone, my name is Sakti Aulia Sulistyo. Most people call me Sakti. I'm 28 years old and born in Indonesia. This club is built on pressure, ambition, and big game mentality. Wearing these colors means playing with authority, and that's exactly what I intend to show. I respect every opponent, but I don't fear any of them. I'm confident because I trust my discipline, my composure, and my ability to stay sharp in the decisive moment. When matches get tight, I don't crack, I become clearer. That mentality is why I expect to be in the top 2. My objective will be to go for the trophy, nothing else. I want to thank everyone who has supported my journey. I'm ready to compete, ready to impose my game, and ready to prove why I belong on the biggest stage.
Amazing as always to hear from our two men taking the stage here to kick off the mobile stint of our live stream today. eFootball mobile group stage play about to get underway. It's Jalali of Morocco against Sakti of Indonesia. Fun fact about Sakti: we saw him last year participate in a club event final, but it was the blue side of Milan. This time he's trying out for the Rossoneri. He's here in the away strip with the red cursor and has to defend here early on as the first attack of the game. 1-0 to Morocco.
Yeah, brilliant start from Jalili. And he said in his pre-game that if he's on his game, he's impossible to beat, which is a rather large claim. But in terms of within 4 minutes, he's backed that up. He's seen again here, just gets himself into the right position, gets himself a neat double touch, takes it away from that defender, and is unable to find that finish into the bottom corner.
Skill moves on mobile are so impressive. That finish is neat and tidy and good enough for Zakaria Jalali to open our scoring here, our East Asia and Oceania regional winner. And his first finals of the eFootball Championship. Here comes Sakti though, immediately in reply. That one though goes wide. Jalali, of course, wanting his place amongst the elites. We mentioned at the top of the show, Moroccan fans around the world no doubt will know other countrymen as Luka Modric here has squared the ball and Sakti scores.
A very quick turnaround. We're here enough, what, 10 in-game minutes into mobile. Bearing in mind how quick mobile goes, by the way, folks. And we've already got 2 goals in the bank. Again, that was so neat and so tidy from Sakti. We'll see it again here. It's almost kind of almost nonchalant in terms of the way that he just said, yeah, I'm going to just turn this pass around the corner. I'm going to know that Luka Modric is advancing. Yeah, I'll roll this across the box. Yeah, thank you very much. That's 1-1. Really calm and composed from the man from Indonesia. And what would you expect anything less, Harry? We've seen plenty of that nation over the last few years. They certainly know how to produce their eFootball talents.
Yeah, it's the little Croatian wizard in the AC Milan midfield, proving the goal scorer there for Sakti. You know what I love about our AC Milan finalists, Wes? It's they love the limelight. As soon as I start talking about their opposition, they go and score. So I simply cannot talk about either man, otherwise I'll get rage messages from the opponent after the game. Here comes Jilali looking to try and reinstate his lead. Will force the corner.
Yeah, they certainly thump their chests and say, look, don't forget about me in this scenario, Harry Channon.
That's what I get for trying to set the scene. It's my fault. But yeah, I don't want to make enemies of anyone. So for now, we'll just let the gameplay do the talking. A look at the tactics here, Wes. We're seeing a new formation here today. We haven't really seen this. I suppose that's the difference, isn't it, from console to mobile? Yeah,
there's some subtle differences in terms of shape and in terms of how you can set up. Again, you often find, though, especially at this level, that sub-tactics are at play as the head out into the box. It's the back of the net.
It's Leao at the front post. His second goal in 20 minutes. He's on a hat-trick here in the first half.
That's a really delicate touch off the corner. See it again here. As I was about to mention, those sub-tactics at this level, everybody will be looking to try and mask exactly what they're doing because they don't want to give their opponents anything. But that is as English a goal as you're going to see. Ball into the box, looking for their target here at the front post, into the opposite corner. It's as clean as a whistle.
It is no nonsense. So many times we're expecting a header on from the front post, a knockdown. No nonsense from Jilali. Straight at goal and rewarded. So Jilali 2, Sakti 1. I hope games are like this all day long, Wes. We've got 3 rounds of group stage play to watch between our mobile finalists. And we haven't even seen the world champion of 2024 in play yet. He's to come later on. For now, though, Sakti with a stunning strike. Oh, it's off the inside of the post and out. So close.
Any other day, Harry, that's in the back of the net. Any other day. Unfortunately, this is this day for Sakti. Jilali very happy to see that his lead is still in place.
Yeah, I must warn our mobile finalists here. We are on stools this season, so please don't make me fall off my stool. I don't have the best balance, but if you score screamers like that, I am liable to fall, and you don't want your broadcast commentator making a fool of himself, or do you? I'm not sure.
You might have to be careful that you don't get caught on commentator cam with that type of reaction, Harry.
Certainly not. Towards the latter stages of the first half here, Sakti chasing to cut through the lead of his opponent. The American is offside. Pulisic that time, flagged by the referee's assistant, and that should maybe see us through. It's a tight decision, but the right one. See us through to half-time.
Yeah, there's always that idea of if players are offside and body parts that you can score with, and that one very much was the left foot of Christian Pulisic that was offside, as well as the head, but a bit of a giveaway there from the resulting free kick.
Yeah, I said it should see us through to half-time, but not if you give the ball away like that. Here comes Sakti with a controlled strike. And nestled into the bottom corner. That is what players at this level will do. They will punish you. And it's the experience of Sakti, who last year was one game and one goal away from representing Inter at the World Finals. He has made his opponent pay here, 2-2.
Yeah, you cannot give Sakti that kind of space. You can't give him that type of opportunity. More importantly, you can't give him the ball back so cheaply. Again, you're just kind of playing yourself into trouble, really. You're giving yourself something to deal with before half-time that you really shouldn't have to deal with. You could just go long forward over halfway, time goes up, half-time. Instead, you've given yourself a parity restorer that you've now got to go and fight against again.
Well, there is that half-time whistle. In an action-packed first half, 6 shots between the two teams. It is Sakti 2, Jelali 2. I mentioned earlier, obviously trying to represent Inter Milan last season. It was actually this calendar year, back in May, just 3 days before our birthday, actually, 16th of May. He lost 2-1 to Apriamashvili of Georgia, did Sakti. And this year he's trying out for the Rossoneri, the red side of Milan. This time in the changed white strip, and well, he's attacking first here in the second half, and he's forced a corner.
I'll tell you what, there's a bit more purchase on that shot from Rabiot. See it again here, goalkeeper's on the floor, just about got back to his feet to make the save. There's a bit more purchase, a bit more direction on that. Sakti might be seeing himself 3-2 up here.
Yeah, the 28-year-old Western Asia regional winner knows what it's like to get to a club event final. As for Jelali, in his first group stage game at this level of competition, has had plenty of defending to do. Rafael Leao for him though. Oh, that's a really smart ball here to Jimenez, and that is absolutely brilliant. What vision from Jelali. Jimenez finishes and reinstates the lead for Jelali. 3-2.
Almost surgical in its execution. We'll see it again here.
What a ball.
What an incredible through ball.
Wow.
And Jimenez had the easiest job there to do. Just take a step to his right, roll it through the gap. You see it here again, wonderful ball through the line. Nobody was quick enough to get back on, and Jimenez was able to, as we said, just roll it past it. I would say it's a half-hearted save from Mike Magnon.
Jelali 3, Sakti 2. And that's one of the best passes I think I've seen in eFootball mobile play. That is not easy to pull off. What can Sakti show us here in response? His opponent on full blue to defend following the kickoff. Sakti's won himself a corner. But Jelali wants to join the big names of Moroccan eFootball mobile, like Anten Tienes, like Yassine. He could be next up for North Africa. Has to defend this corner though. As we tick past the hour mark here in match 1 of mobile group play. What an introduction. Sakti here starting to build. And it's patient build up as well towards Leao. Nice double touch with the first touch from Pulisic. Leao can maybe give it back to him, but he's tried to feed Modric there. Sometimes those inputs can just be a little bit sticky to the player that you're not intending it to go to. Here's Rabiot. Modric trying to create a bit of space. And Nkunku back to him. Christian Pulisic, just too many black and red shirts in the way, and now Jelali on the counter. Has so much green grass to run into here with Nkunku. Just cancels that cross, maintaining possession. Here's Salamakers. Leao with the really quick strike. He's gone for it again, but the ball has stayed alive. And it will come back at his goal here with Jimenez on the turn. Loftus-Cheek back to him. And Nkunku's there as well, but there's no conviction on that strike at all. It's really tame, and it's a let-off for Sakti.
Yeah, they were queuing up there. Sakti just about got away with it. At the moment, with the time ticking down here, Harry, ball's in the wrong end of the pitch if you're Sakti.
And it's been in play for quite some time here as well. So no real opportunity to make any tactical changes. 90th minute. And the ball is at the wrong end of the pitch for Sakti, who trails. 2 minutes added on. All Jalali has to do is keep the ball. And as it goes all the way back to Mike Manyan, after he punts this one up the pitch, that will be the full-time whistle. Jalali 3, Sakti 2. A big 3 points in this mobile group stage. Goes back to Morocco, our East Asia and Oceania regional winner in his first finals. Starts off with 3 points.
It's a great marker to set down if you are Jalali. Again, you know, in his opening words, he said, if I'm on my game, I'm impossible to beat. I'm going to echo that one because, again, it's a soundbite that could either come back to haunt him or he certainly has proved in game one. It's almost the making of him, because at that point, it certainly looks to be a force to reckon with.
Yeah, it took him, what, just 4 minutes to open our scoring with some neat footwork by Rafael Leao. That was the first of 3. As we saw these two just really go blow for blow. I think Jalali is going to be one really to look out for here in this group stage, Wes, because he's already got 3 points, and more often than not, all you have to do is pick up a result here or there, and you can find yourself just waiting with a game in hand.
Well, that's it. I mean, you know, we certainly saw it in the console in terms of for Easy. He got his 2 victories, and again, results went his way, and he was able to just very happily just relax into that third game, beg your pardon. But for here, it's a massive statement of intent for Jalali against Sakti, against the rest of that mobile group.
Yeah, we saw there the first goal from Sakti, and then obviously Leao just given the ball. And when he's in the box, it's so difficult to try and get that ball back off of him because his balance, his footwork, you don't want to put a foot in anywhere near him because you could concede a penalty. In the end, his finishing does the rest. And then this was the defining moment. This pass to Santiago Jimenez. And it was some finish.
Yeah, it was all about that ball. It was just a wonderful pass that, again, just completely broke open the defence. Jimenez able to run onto it. Takes one touch just to give himself the angle. Rolled it past the goalkeeper. That was that for game one.
Yeah, great opener of our mobile group stages. Jalali onto the board first. Sakti, though, Anna, with lots of work to do going into the rest of the group stages.
Yes, guys, I have a question for you. Who is your favorite player of AC Milan now?
Ooh, Rafa Leao, surely.
I mean, Rafa Leao does get he does certainly get the plaudits, but my one, again, more so because I'm English-centric, Fikayo Tomori. Love him as a defender. I think he deserves way more credit than he gets as a defender.
And what about Modric?
Oh, yeah.
It's a good point. I forgot about Luka Modric.
Yeah, the thing is that Luka Modric is one of those players that I've always referred to as evergreen. It's that you could probably take him from any of the generations that he has been, and he is still Luka Modric through all of those years. And despite being an elder statesman of the game now, still absolutely world class.
Of course, he's a legend, but also the present of football. He is still the present of football. But guys, are you superstitious in life, in games?
Oh, am I superstitious? No. Do you know what? I'm very much a case of, you know what? If it's going to be, it's going to be, and it will happen regardless of whether I put my right shoe on first, or my left shoe, or my left sock, or my right sock. I'm not superstitious in the slightest.
The Japanese have a word that I've always liked to cling on to, shukume. It means that which is already determined. It's out of your control. I think I'm kind of a believer in that. I think that these players, though, will know it's all within their hands, but the more the group stages tick on, that's when you start to realise, oh, actually, I might need some help from elsewhere. I might need a result or a goal or two to go my way.
So you don't have any lucky rituals as well, no?
No, unfortunately not.
So.
Unfortunately not. I'm very much laissez-faire. I'm very happy-go-lucky. It happens. It happens.
It's a good attitude. Okay, guys. So I want to check with you the standings. Okay. So I want to know your thoughts about this match and about the results.
But yeah, I think we should definitely take a look, because Jalali, we've said before, once you make your debut at this stage, I mean, the club events, despite the qualifying process going on since, what was it, October, late October, once you get to this stage, all of those months of hard work, you have to put it in place now. And we can see after our first round of games that we are, going to be seeing a really tight affair, I think, in the mobile group stages. Sakti, I think, is the one that is probably on the ropes a bit early on, because having just lost your first game, it's not how you want to start off a group stages. You have to hit the ground running. Yeah,
absolutely. And again, in terms of almost expectations that come with his nation, in terms of, as we mentioned, Indonesia as a country, and certainly in that part of the world, in Southeast Asia mobile gaming, it's Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia. There's a real hotbed of talent around there, and I think for Sakti there is that little bit of expectation that comes with it. You see an Indonesian flag, you immediately think winner, and I think that can sometimes be a little bit kind of almost against him. I mean, he even said it in his own kind of VT, which was, my minimum expectation is to be in the top 2. That's great, and it's great as a soundbite. Still need to go out there and perform, and I think that's where he might get into a bit of trouble.
Today we were watching a lot of players from around the world, from around the globe, but I don't know any important things of you. What's your favorite country? What's your favorite city?
I mean, in terms of countries, I'm very much a home bird. Very much. You take me back to England, and not that I don't like being here, of course, or across the globe, but there's certainly something about going home and going back to your house that is just very much like I'm back at home. It's creature comforts. It's all of those things. I'm very much a home guy.
England or Birmingham?
No, specifically England. I'm very much. If you take me back to England,
Blinders.
Well, that's what my area is known for across the world. But yeah, quite. It's very much a home away from home.
And listen, we're here at the AC Milan Club event finals. Why not Milan? Why not? I mean, come on. I love Japan, love Tokyo, love the home of eFootball. I love home as well, England. But Milan's a special city.
Really?
Plenty of good food, good culture. Yeah, let's go with Milan.
Okay, thank you guys. But let's see the next match. Let's not wait any longer to witness the 5th match of the finals between Lezilali versus Labobo 7.
السلام عليكم، معكم وديع جمال 17 عام، لاعب مغربي مقيم في إسبانيا. تنشي الميلان يعني كثير، شرف لي كبير أن أمثل فريق مثل ميلان. ما هي المباراة التي تعتقد أنها ستكون الأصعب بالنسبة لك؟ المباراة الأصعب التي ستكون بالنسبة لي ضد زكريا، إنه صديقي لاعب مغربي. ستكون مباراة صعبة علي كثير. قضية دور المجموعات نحاول أن نربح الماتش الأول. المنافسة غتكون مفتوحة، بطبيعة الحال، لأن كاع اللاعبين مزيانين بزاف. بطل أوروبا، بطل آسيا، بطل أمريكا، بطل آسيا الوسطى، يعني غتكون متقاربة بزاف. وكنبغي نقدم التحية لإيفوتبول اللي دارت واحد الخدمة زوينة بزاف، وكنشكر صحابي، كنشكر الله سبحانه وتعالى وقتاش هو ماكونش دابا أنا هنايا، كنشكر والديا، والسلام عليكم.
Friends turn to adversaries here. There's no friends in esports, is what I always like to say, Wes. We're here at the club event finals, and these two, although they've been singing each other's praises in their pre-game interviews, it's all friendships aside here, as Morocco against Spain is underway. Jalali taking on Labobo 7. And we've already seen Jalali with a strong start in this competition. He's done it again.
Very quick off the mark is Jalali.
That's 2 goals, Wes, in 2 games within 4 minutes.
Quite incredible start from the Moroccan. As you rightly said, as much as you are friends off the field, the minute you go across those white lines, everything is off the table. What a start there for Jalali. See again here, just neat one-touch, 1-2 pass that just allows Rafael Leo the shooting opportunity. Actually nestles right into the back of the net. Great start for him. Great start
for the 22-year-old against the 17-year-old. Wadi Jamal trailing here within 5 minutes. He's barely had a kick of the ball. Jalali just clinical at this stage. And after winning his first game, Jalali, as things stand, would book his ticket early on to the grand finals later on this evening. Wouldn't be the first time in the season, Wes, if it were to go that way, that we'd have a Moroccan winning the first club event. I think back to Anton Tienes in 2024, winning the Barcelona finals. But obviously a long way to go until we get to that point. A lot of things have to happen.
A lot of eFootball to cover, but you're quite right, is that when you think Morocco, you think eFootball, you think mobile, most specifically, you do think of Tienes, you do think of those wonderful runs that he made in those tournaments he's been a part of. And certainly would have been almost a standard bearer for the likes of Jalali to follow in those footsteps.
Well, Labobo would love to join those storied names, not only for eFootball Mobile, but also his country. Our Europe and Africa regional winner, hailing from nearby Spain, would do anything to represent this historic club. Has to defend this attack, though, as Christopher Nkunku is now into the box, looking for Jimenez as the target man. Manyan uses an improvised finish to his save there, using his feet. And now there could be a counter on, as Jimenez here for Labobo, through 1-on-1, and he tucks it in.
It was interesting in his VT that his goal is simply to play. And play he has, because that is a wonderful goal from Labobo. See it again, beautiful ball over the top. Jimenez is able to hold off the ensuing or the encroaching pressure that came with it, but he was able to coolly tap that one past the goalkeeper.
Well, that is a great counter, and one thing I am definitely desperate for is a European eFootball Mobile start. We've seen other continents really take that next step. You think of the amount of Brazilian mobile players we have, really impressive. They've had 2 of the last 3 world champions in mobile over there in South America. You think about North Africa, Morocco is a hotbed, the Egyptian players amazing. You think, of course, Southeast Asia, Asia as a whole, Japanese players, Indonesians. We don't really have European players coming to the boil. So it's great to see the young Spaniard here, Labobo, put on a good show and could go from good to great here for him, as Salimaka's over on that far side finds Christopher Nkunku here in the box with a controlled finish, and it is good to great.
Ask and you shall receive, Harry Channon. You have got yourself and talked yourself into having a Spaniard going 2-1 up here.
Labobo on the board. No, we'll edit that out, I think, in post, but he's on the board.
We're live, Harry. We're live.
With a 1-2 punch from 1-0 down to 2-1 up.
Again, really good work. Just allowing that slight movement, that slight angle to just find that controlled strike that just curls into that bottom corner. The Bobo has himself a 2-1 lead to thank himself for.
5 minutes until half-time, and the two that are good friends are leaving it all on the virtual pitch. Here's Jalali, though. We saw him in the previous game play out a 3-2 game against Sakti. Oh, it's got all the way through. Nothing Labobo could do about that one. It's a second goal for Rafa Leao. And at the stroke of half-time, with a little bit of fortune sprinkled in, we are all tied up 2-2.
I was going to say, out of all the games that we've seen today and all the goals that we've seen, I think that's the first one that you could say, you know what, you'd feel a bit aggrieved to concede it.
Ugh.
Just deflected off the defender, took it completely away from the goalkeeper. But it won't matter to Jalali. It's got parity again.
Looks like we'll be entering half-time all tied up here.
There will be 3 minutes added time.
The referee's assistant holds up the number 3, so there might be a chance for one last attack. That's what Labobo in the all-white strip here is hoping for. Up to Rafael Leao. He's been a curse against Labobo's house so far this game, but this time offside called. And maybe if the ball can continue forward, we'll see one last attack. But the referee says time for the half. Time to have those tactical switches if you want them. Time to rest. And shortly, time to go again in the second half.
Yeah, I mean, finely balanced is how I would describe this game at the moment, Harry. 2 goals apiece. I'd say relatively tentative in terms of how they're attacking as those goals have gone in. Certainly a lot of respect between these two players, but something's going to have to give in this second half as we look, and they're almost mirroring each other with the 4-4-2.
Can play in your advantage sometimes if you are good friends with your competitors. As the second half is now underway, there has been half-time substitutes. Sometimes you can share tactics, you can, in preparation for an event like this, maybe theory craft against each other. Either way, we are underway in the second half. It's Lejelali in the black and red Rossoneri strip, and Labobo in the all-white, attacking this right-hand goal in the second half. One thing that always impresses me about these eFootball mobile competitors is how skillful they are on the ball. As there is a really nice cross, and the header even better. It is picture perfect, right onto the head of Santiago Jimenez to put Jalali into the lead.
Well, for a moment there, Harry, I thought the goalkeeper had got to that one. Touch was out the proximity of the cross to the goalkeeper. See it again here, the goalkeeper reaches for it, but leap is timed a little bit too late, and Jimenez is able to benefit. And Jalali has himself a lead. Wonderful leap from Jimenez. Loads of hang time.
Yeah, Mike Menyan there perhaps could and should do a little better with that. Very close to getting a piece of it on the way through, but Jalali will not mind. He's back in front, 3-2. And well, Labobo, well, anything you can do, I can do better. It's like they're playing an exhibition match here, where it's just two friends practicing against each other, but this is the real thing here at the club event finals. It's 3-3.
I'm not sure if they think it's like a friendly or show match or something like that, but they're almost very much globetrotter football from the pair of these two. Beautiful ball into the box and a very cushioned header from Christian Pulisic. Again, not really known for his aerial ability, is the winger. Certainly got himself onto the end of that. Goalkeeper wasn't anticipating it. 3-3 we go again.
Well, that is 6 goals in 2 games we've seen from Gilali. But Labobo, not one to be upstaged by his friend, gets an equaliser. It's a 6-goal thriller here with 30 minutes still to play. We're averaging a goal every 10 minutes in this match, Wes, which for mobile standards is absolutely crazy.
I was about to say is that due to how quickly this mobile game goes, having 3 goals apiece is practically unheard of. Ball into the box.
It's another header won by Gilali. This time, the danger is cleared.
Nearly had a 4th.
I mean, what do we chalk this up to here? Is it both players here using offensive formations and tactics? Is it maybe a lack of defensive work?
I think looking at it, I think it's just a case that they're saying, okay, however we play, we're just going to go attack each other, and whoever comes out on top is whoever comes out on top. I think looking at maybe the 1 goal where there was the deflection, outside of that, they've actually been well-worked moves. So I think it's more just been a case of just attacking prowess from both of these players.
Well, 20 minutes left. And these two barely separatable. Will there be perhaps a defining moment of brilliance in the latter stages of our second mobile streamed match here? Jimenez, really nice turn, controlled strike. Oh, it's just wide.
Agonisingly close, agonising. But it was this animation here where, yes, Jimenez has shielded the ball, but in that animation, the ball has rolled away from where that optimal, I would say, zone is to take that controlled strike. So the ball has just bobbled a little bit too far away. So when that commander's finally registered, it's a little bit too far wide. And that was a big opportunity there.
Big opportunity indeed, and as we're about 15 minutes away from the 90th minute, obviously we have stoppages still to come. Time now for those weakened legs, if you will, the tired legs to come off, and for some fresh legs to maybe make the impact and make the difference. We're seeing here for, I believe this would be Labobo, we're going to see Christian Pulisic enter the fray, and on the other side we're going to see some more changes as well, as Gilali, no doubt, Wes will love to push on and try and get those 3 points that would secure him mathematically into the final later on, the mobile final.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see that there's only 1 substitution in place for one of these players and 5 substitutions for the other side of it. But again, it kind of goes at odds with this mobile side of things, is that you replace both your centre midfielders, you replace your forward, you replace what you feel might be the vulnerable side of your defence, and give yourself fresh legs and give yourself the best opportunity to go and take this game away.
Number 31, number 12.
So the final 10 in-game minutes approach us.
Number 14, Modric.
Labobo of Spain, 3. Le Gilali of Morocco,
Number 46,
3. 10 minutes to go. We have action, of course, going on all around our club event finals here. There is a game going on between Sakti and Rentau, and I'm being told there is late drama here, as Sakti, against the 2024 world champion, with a double touch followed by the Trivela finish, will secure himself a massive 3 points.
Deep into stoppage time as well, Harry. That is a mammoth goal for the man from Indonesia. Again, great double touch, and Trivela finish. Back with our main game though. There's opportunity here.
Oh, Christian Pulisic here for Gilali! Well. Surely now that is the straw that breaks the camel's back. There cannot be a reply from Labobo. And if there is, it's going to have to be better than this strike, Wes, because this is fantastic.
Yeah, it's that. You'll see it again here. There was a key pass here. It's that one. Is that Tomori's so far out of position that he can't recover, hasn't got the legs to recover. Pulisic manages to pull the trigger. It's a wonderful finish. And again, kind of really deep into the kind of troubled waters, as it were. What? Look at the clock there, 89:23. So board hasn't yet gone up for stoppage time, but you would imagine that given how quickly this game moves, mobile, the stoppage time isn't exactly, it's not premium. You don't really get much of it, and you have to do a lot more with it.
You're going to have to throw everything at this kickoff. You have to go full red, surely. You cannot afford to leave any eFootball on the virtual pitch, on the mobile screen here, because you don't want to leave things going into a third round. I
wonder whose game plan that is, Harry.
I'm going to guess it's maybe Jalali's, considering he's 4-3 up here. But yeah, you can't leave anything on the virtual pitch, otherwise you may need some favours going into the third and final round of group play here at the eFootball Championship 2026 AC Milan Finals.
But of course, when you do go all-out attack, or full red as it's called within the eFootball community, what you tend to find is that actually it'll send a centre-back forward. So you'll see an auxiliary centre-back that will be in the attacking half, a polar bear in a hot climate, if you will. And as you can see, they're full red engaged.
6 minutes added on as well. So there will be chances. Perhaps not plural, but you'd imagine at least one here for Labobo to get a point and steal one back. Into the feet of Leao. There's rash challenges going in, but the referee says he got ball and man. And sadly, Tomori's let this one bounce. The ball will cross the halfway line, and it will be Jalali in another barn burner match. 4-3 against his good friend Labobo. What a game. Jalali survives and keeps his 100% record here, Wes.
Well, that was definitely one for the neutrals, Harry. Is that if you had no foot in either camp there, that was a wonderful game to showcase you just how good eFootball Mobile can be. 7 goals apiece,
wow.
Last minute winner. It had absolutely everything you could ask for, and it's a real pleasure to see those two go toe-to-toe with one another.
Yeah, let me tell you, it's not often we see 7 goals in a game, in a match of eFootball Mobile. Just purely based on how quickly that timer will get away from you. But starting in just the 4th minute of play, the next 86 minutes were much of the same. Both Labobo and Jalali just going at each other, hammer and tongs. It was swinging back and forth like a pendulum.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, it took, the fact that it was a 26-minute in-game gap between first goal and second does just go to show you just how many goals were scored in quick succession at the tail end of the first half and into the second half.
Yeah, this was the second for Labobo after trailing early on. It went from good to great for him. And Kunku with that really nice finessed finish into the bottom corner. Very controlled indeed. We'll see it again here. Just had so much time, arguably too much time and space. And I think Jalali recognised that later on. As then we saw a big gift to level the playing field. Jalali getting that deflected goal just before half-time.
Yeah, that's the one that, like you said, you would... It's certainly defined as a gift, but it's more so a case that you just wouldn't want to concede it. But this one here, like I say, it had my eyes completely crossed because I thought that had gone into the keeper's hands and it would have been back the other way. Instead, Jimenez outleaps the goalkeeper. We'll see it again in slow-mo here. Lofted over the goalkeeper's outstretched left hand into the head of Jimenez. And again, we thought that was it.
Man, never one to be outdone by his friend. He said, oh, heading goals. We're doing heading goals? Fair enough. Yep, that's what I can do as well. Just before the hour mark, it tied us up once again. It was 1-1, then 2-1, then 2-2. Then tied up 3-3 up to the 90th minute. And there is the American dagger, Christian Pulisic, with quite the finish to secure. That's 6 points now on the board for Jalali. What a game of eFootball Mobile we just saw. And I think you're our good luck charm because we're seeing amazing goals here at the Cup Finals.
So I'm honored to be. But I want to take a look at the stats of the match, guys. Jalali, Labobo, they are so young and so hungry.
Yeah, so young and hungry indeed. I mean, 10 shots between the two of them. It's so rare. I mean, we're talking like 10-minute games we're seeing here. So it's a chance and strong chances as well. fashioned every 10 or so in-game minutes. It's not often you see that, Wes, and we saw an amazing game between those two.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't see that type of game plan either. I mean, you look at the amount of passes, the amount that were successful. 8% difference in terms of success of passes. So it just about edged its way to Jalali, and he'll be happy enough that he just got out of that one unscathed, because it could have been a banana skin had he drawn that game, would have maybe left himself some work to do.
How important was this match, guys?
I think it's very important definitely for Jalali. He can now enter the final round of matches. He still has to play the world champion of 2 years ago, knowing that if he loses, obviously he won't try to, but if that is his fate, it doesn't really matter too much, because he has 6 points on the board as things stand, as we're seeing here. He's guaranteed to be in that final later on, no matter what.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you go into it with that confidence, much like we saw in console of Foot Easy, just saying, well, if I win, great. If I lose, it's not the end of the world. I know that I'm going to be there. But then again, I mean, in terms of goal differences and things of that nature, you never want to leave it up to chance. But again, looking at, I mean, the real surprise there for me is Rentau. Wow, being rock bottom of the group, no points, no wins on the board. That's very surprising to me.
And with the ranking on the screens for the mobile platform category, who is your favorite now?
Oh, well.
At the moment.
Entering today, it would have been Rentau.
I was going to say, have you got any room on your bandwagon? Because I might need to jump on it.
It's really difficult, because now we're looking into the final round of fixtures. It's going to be Lobobo versus Sakti, and they're both on 3 points. So whoever
winner take all
wins that one, as you said, there will be all to play for. I don't know which of those two I would choose to edge out that game.
Do you know what? I might go against my own grain here. I think that maybe Lobobo might just sneak it against Sakti.
Youth versus experience.
Yes, of course. So for you?
I'll go Sakti. Come on.
Just for the contrary.
just to be a contrarian. No, I mean, Sakti has been here before, and as good as we've seen Lobobo play, based on my calculations I'm doing in my head, he must have beaten Rentau. So that's a big scalp to take at just 17 years of age. I think Sakti knows what it takes to get over the line this time around, and I think we'll see some experience just shine through. So I'll go with Sakti, but obviously we'll have to keep an eye on the group tables.
Thank you, guys. Let's not wait any longer to witness the last match of the group stage for the mobile platform between the Moroccan and the eFootball Championship World Champion in 2024. Jalali versus Rentau.
Olá, eu sou Renato Barros Graciano, conhecido como Rentão, e chegar à final do Milan é muito importante para mim, é um time que eu gosto muito, tenho muita paixão pelo Milan desde criança, então eu tenho um objetivo muito grande de vencer esse torneio do Milan. Eu acho que o confronto mais difícil vai ser contra o Indonésio, o Sadik, ele é um amigo meu, sei como ele joga, né, que ele gosta de jogar ali mais no contra-ataque, eu acho que vai ser um jogo difícil pelo fato da conexão, mas eu acredito que a gente vai conseguir fazer um bom jogo contra ele. A minha estratégia é tentar vencer ali os 2 primeiros jogos, né, o terceiro ali um pouquinho mais relaxado, para já se preparar ali, caso tenha oportunidade, né, para uma final. Então eu acredito aí que eu tô bem, tô conseguindo jogar bem com o time do Milan, gostei bastante, então acho que vai dar tudo certo. Eu tô muito confiante aí que eu vou conseguir ganhar esse evento. Pode acontecer de infelizmente não acontecer, mas eu tô muito confiante. Eu sei que o time do Milan é muito bom, muito forte, me adaptei bem ao time e eu acredito que eu vou conseguir chegar ali entre os finalistas. Eu quero buscar esse título e tem que ser assim, tem que ser sempre ter aquela fome de ganhar, ter aquela fome de conseguir querer mais, e eu cheguei naquele momento que eu quero me desafiar. Quero ser bicampeão mundial e com certeza eu vou buscar esse objetivo.
Well, we just heard from him there, the 2024 Mobile World Champion. Would have loved to enter this round of fixtures, Wes, with a chance, and he said there even being comfortably securing his place, having secured his place in the grand final later on. Sadly, not the case here. He is mathematically eliminated. There's no way for him to prepare for that final later on. Gilali, his opponent here, can, however, and he's been scoring really quick goals early on in matches so far, and he looks to try and get another one here, but cannot complete the three-peat of 4-minute goals.
He's a fast starter, is the man from Morocco. But yeah, if you are Rentao, a former world champion, you'd be bitterly disappointed that things just haven't gone your way today. Maybe he can give himself and his fans something to shout about this game here. Of course, we'll keep a close eye as well. I'm sure our production team will on the other game that is going on, but this is the one we have on screen at the moment. And this Rentao with the ball, Harry.
Yeah, he's in the all-white strip here of AC Milan. Gilali is comfortably in the grand final later on. As for Rentao, he's playing for pride at this point, wants to prove to the world that he can make it back there. He can make it back to the World Finals. It's been a long time since July 2024. In Ginza, the creative centre, home of Konami, home of eFootball, that he lifted that trophy. What came with it was the fame, the fortune, the award shows that Rentao was honoured with. And well, he wants to get on the board here. In the first 15 minutes, it will come off him last. So sadly, no second chance, but it will feel like a lifetime ago that he was experiencing the glitz and the glamour that came with the world title. Last year, we saw him at the Manchester United club event, and, well, he was out in the group stages there. That was in April of this year. He's been very, very difficult to keep tabs on, Rentao. As we said, he's had a bit of a slow year, but we can see the other match going on at this moment in time as Sakti versus Lobobo. And it's the young Spaniard here, Wes, that strikes first blood.
That's a huge goal for Lobobo.
And elsewhere in our featured match, we have the man who those two are fighting to get the chance to rematch against, who has a really strong chance.
Yeah, he does. I mean, he's certainly asking a lot of the questions of Rentao's defence at the moment. As it stands, which is a phrase I love when it comes to esports, because so many things can change. As it stands, it'll be Gilali versus Lobobo, friends reunited in the mobile final.
Gilali's corner denied. It'll be another Moroccan mobile player in another club event finals. We've seen that story play out time and time again in the past. Luka Modric here for Rentao. Of course, this is the first club event finals of the season. No doubt we'll be seeing more of Rentao, and I hope so. Salimakers for him. Stood up towards... Well, it's Christian Pulisic. I was going to say Salamakers, but he left it for the man who eventually scores the goal. Rentao on the board.
I think that caught Gilali out as well. See it back on the replay again. Like you said, it looked like it was heading the way of Salamakers. Instead, dropped to the feet of Christian Pulisic. And again, the composure of Rentao to, again, readjust, find your surroundings, understand where you are in that game. Again, took his time to put the ball in, floated over the head, instead came to Pulisic, has that open opportunity, has that open shot. From that type of distance, he's not going to miss from there, Harry.
No, he's not. Nothing Gilali could do about that. Tried to pressure. Tried to get a tackle in, but by the time he realised what was happening, Pulisic put the ball in the back of the net. Rentao on the board. Surely will be a defining season for him. Wants to go back-to-back as eFootball Mobile Championship World Champion. Obviously a year between his two titles, so not technically back-to-back, but definitely would be the first two-time champion, and he's through here again, and that is a neat finish. It's a 1-2 punch, Rentao 2, Jalali 0.
I think Rentao will be asking himself, as well as his fans will be asking, where has this version of Rentao been? He had a wonderful bit of play. He's got himself a 2-0 lead here. Of course, Jalali can't be caught. And of course, because the two players that are sandwiched in between Rentao and Jalali are both playing against one another, doesn't matter how it finishes, because he won't be able to unseat them both.
Well, there has been action in the other game. Labobo 1-0, now Labobo 2-0 over Sakti. So, while we look here at Jalali's goal, perfectly timed by our production team here. In our other game, it's youth beating experience 2-0, whereas Jalali here has one back.
I love our production team's timing because it's absolutely phenomenal. No sooner do we tell you about a goal in the other game, we cut back to our feature game and we see the remnants of good pressure from Jalali and a neatly headed finish into the back of the net. You got 2 goals for the price of 1 there, folks.
It is excellent play all round here to kick off our 2026 World Championship season. The eFootball Championship 2026 AC Milan group stages are 45 minutes away from being in the books and finding our grand finalists and then our eventual champions across both mobile and console. It's so exciting. It's an exciting time in the season, Wes, because although we don't know where the ticket will be written down to, we still will have our first 2 players booking their spots at the World Championships in the summer.
Yeah, there's a lot of credence and a lot of kind of almost pageantry that goes with it. Say, do you know what? I'm the first player to get there. I'm the first player. It doesn't matter where in the world it's going to be, but I know that I'm going. And there is a kind of a prestige that goes with it. And certainly to represent Rossoneri. I mean, you know, looking at the players that they have at their disposal, of course, not to mention if there's any signings during the real world season that could impact squads going further forward. There's so many different kind of almost wrinkles and, you know, the butterfly effect of what could happen. But at the moment, we are pretty set on what we think is going to happen, because with Labobo 2-0 up in the other game, we know who Jalali will be facing.
Indeed we do. Rentao in possession here as he kicks off the second half. He leads Jalali 2-1. Jalali chasing this game would not like to enter that final later on with a dip in form. And Kunku shields the ball nicely. Here he is again, near side. Nice little super cancel there as well. Silemakers. No tackle coming in yet from Rentao. Wins that header though. And finally a chance to relieve some of the pressure. Play out from the back here on the hour mark.
Yeah, again, just turn the kind of pressure gauge off as managed to get a decent chest there, rolls it to Jimenez.
Oh, Jimenez finishes! Rentao reinstating his 2-goal cushion. It is now Rentao 3, Jalali 1, and there might just be a dip in form. Look at this, the vision to play that pass through. It's glimpses of the old Rentao we saw in Ginza back in, well, it was July 2024. It was a long, long time ago. As we enter the final stages of our mainstream match, we can see there has been a goal back. for Sakti. So there's intrigue entering the last 12 in-game minutes there, Wes. Could be a nervy few minutes for the young Spaniard.
Just a few minutes to say the very least, Harry. You're quite right. I mean, again, Sakti doing a really good job of getting himself back into that game. Talking a bit about now what can be executed in these final moments of this group stage in both games, because again, for Jalali, again, it's a case of trying to refine that form, trying to refine that fire. Yes, the pressure is off you. You still need to perform. You still need to have that momentum going into that final, be it against Lobobo, being it against Sakti. Still don't quite know who that's going to be. With that goal from Sakti, though, put the proverbial cat amongst the pigeons, Harry.
Well, it has indeed. Just looking across our previous Milanese representatives across the club events in 2025, of course, Eterito won the console side, and Huda was the representative, the Indonesian, if memory serves, and my information is correct. So Sakti, as things stand, looks to be denying himself the opportunity, as it were, to follow in his countryman's footsteps and make it back-to-back Indonesians representing the red side of Milan.
Yeah, and of course, as we mentioned, that prestige that goes with it. You're the first, but you're following, especially from Sakti's point of view, if your information is correct, which I never doubt for a second, Harry. But if your information is correct, again, following in footsteps of countrymen, following in footsteps of, you know, certainly players from Southeast Asia, being that, as we said, that hotbed of eFootball players, both on console and on mobile. There's quite a few, you know, world championships between that, between those nations in that neck of the woods, and they certainly would love another one.
Well, following the goal, it will be Jalali here on the kickoff.
Coming on the field, number 14, Modric.
Rentau 3, Jalali 1. The former world champion Rentau just heating up at the wrong moments here in the group stages. It's a long season, though. I have no doubt we will see Rentau back at this level, and no doubt featuring and fighting for his second world title. Considering how young eFootball Mobile is as an esport, you'd imagine the first to secure multiple world titles would be considered one of the best of all time. And Rentau here, well, this is really nice build-up as Liao is through, and Liao makes it 4. It's almost as if Rentau heard the words best of all time, and right on cue, scores his 4th.
Yeah, I mean, it's a statement victory at the end of what, from his standards, will be a disappointing group stage. But he can go away with that to go, do you know what? At least I've shown what I can do. And I think that's the key bit, is knowing what he can do and being able to execute. You know, the phrase I always use is when it matters. At this point in time, it doesn't really matter for him because he's already mathematically out. But for future qualifications, for future performances, it's going to do him the power of good to know that he can execute.
Well, that's for Jalali. He'll be entering the mobile final later on with a heavy defeat fresh in the memory, which could lead to some interesting implications. Nkunku over the top, trying to claw away at that heavy deficit against him at this moment in time. 5 minutes to go. Modric to the feet of Rabiot. Pulisic has broken the lines here, but that is Manyan down smartly. The Milan captain called into action. I'll tell you who will be watching this with intrigue, whereas it will be Sakti and Lobobo. Whomever comes out on top in that other match will know that they have a fighting chance. Really nice run of Rabiot here. His touch lets him down at the vital moment.
It does, but And the game, in truth, is pretty much done and dusted. Outside of maybe an additional consolation from Jalali.
May well be as Pulisic tries to run down the channel there, but you can see it's just ticked over to the 93rd minute. And I don't think the referee will entertain many more chances. It will end Rentau 4, Jalali 1. And despite him being eliminated, Rentau goes out swinging, proving to the world that he still has what it takes to take down some of the heavy hitters at this stage of the competition. Just got going a little bit too late on in the grand scheme of the AC Milan group stages, though, and we will say goodbye to him here. We wait and see, Wes, who will be facing off against Jalali a little bit later on in the final.
Yeah, I mean, overall, the performance that we saw here was Rentau bold, you know, to put it in a box, so to speak. It was the performance that we expected of him, or the level that we saw of him. He had a really well taken goal to give himself a goal lead. Again, the kind of almost the story for him at the end of this will be, that's what you and your fans will want to see from you going forward. That's the version of you, not the version that succumbed to 2 defeats. We want to see this Rentau. We want to see this fire-breathing dragon come to the fore.
Must be really difficult for him psychologically to watch his countrymen have such success elsewhere, both in international competition as well as domestic competition. We saw Juninho 152 days ago to the day become mobile world champion, and of course has gone on to do great things since then. It must be so difficult for him to continue to chase those old dreams, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, you know, in terms of Brazil, in terms of their esports athletes, they're well known. We know the likes of Guifera, we know the likes of Henriquinho, we know the Juninho, we know those players. We know Rentau, in all fairness. It's just unfortunate that he's not been able to match what he felt was going to be his level coming into this today. And instead, it's kind of just fell by the wayside with a bit of a whimper. But like I say, a 4-1 victory, fantastic for him to at least see off and just have a bit of something to carry through.
There is the 4th of his 4 goals scored, but we say goodbye to him here. Rentau wins against Jalali 4-1, but we have to say goodbye to the 2024 world champion here in the group stages, Anna, as his tournament is over.
Yes, I was watching on the screen because I love how players celebrate their goals. So I was watching the highlights, but I just want to add something. The match that we witnessed just now was between the champion and the newcomer. Maybe one of the most fascinating things of the tournament, no?
Yeah, definitely. Almost a changing of the guard, dare I say. I mean, there's not too much age difference between the two, but in terms of the accolades, it's definitely that feather in the cap of that World Championship win. As we said before, it's been such a long time since Rentau won 2-0 against Gu in the final of the 2024 World Finals in Ginza. It's difficult for him to recapture that old glory.
Yeah, and that's the key bit is can you pick yourself up, can you go again? And you know, as a defeat, or at least being eliminated in the group stage here, can you pick yourself up and go again to future club events? I'm sure, you know, as an esports fan, I'm sure he will look to try and go again. I won't be surprised if you see him on future club events, but for this one, he's out of the running.
Let's look at the standings, guys, because we have to discuss about this first part of finals before the grand finals, of course.
Wow, there we go. That's must be confirmation that Labobo did end the game against Sakti with a win. And in actual fact, thanks to that heavy defeat we just saw to Jalali, Labobo will finish top. Now, topping the group doesn't really do anything to change how things operate in the final. We already knew Jalali was there, but psychologically, and that's a big part of this game, it will do Labobo, the 17-year-old from Spain, a world of good.
Absolutely. If your objective was simply to come and play, that's what his BT, that's what his interview said. He's like, look, I'm 17 years old, I just want to come and play. You've come just to play, but you've also found yourself at the top of the group, which should give you every bit of confidence coming into the final.
Yeah, is he here to take part or is he here to take over? That's what we'll find out a little bit later on.
Yes, Harry, and so we are close to the first grand final of the day for the console category, so we will announce the finalists.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a while since we've seen the group stage play across console, but in the end, we can see how they got here. Footeasy and Zelo are the two survivors of that absolute gauntlet down there in the group stage of console, whereas and they now are about to play out an amazing, no doubt amazing final for the chance to represent the Rossoneri.
Yeah, I mean, you know, as Footeasy mentioned before, he's had his run-ins with Zelo once upon a time or two, and, you know, again, that's a slightly different format. When you're mano-a-mano, it's a little bit different when it's heads-up eFootball. And of course, you know, one game shootout, it can go to extra time, it can go to dreaded penalties. I hate to bring that up because a lot of what we said today is magically manifested. I don't like to bring it up, but it could go that far. And I think between these two, it might just.
You are not surprised about the ranking, no?
I'm maybe surprised that Zelo wasn't further up, but I anticipated maybe these two. I know I said Takiman earlier, but to be honest, Zelo, Footeasy, the two that the names that when I see them, I think these guys have been here before. I've seen them play finals, I've seen them go deep in tournaments. I kind of expect them to get to this point, so maybe not a massive surprise, but I always like to see upsets in these club events, Anna, and we haven't seen too many so far, aside from the mobile side.
If you have to choose one emotion to describe today's finals,
passion, is that an emotion? I don't think it is it? Intensity.
Intensity.
Yeah. I don't think that's an emotion either, but I've given two wrong answers now. I've got to stick with one of them.
I think I would say my one is, at least for mobile, is confusion. That's my emotion. I'm slightly confused because the two players you would have, on paper, expected to make the final are in third and fourth. You've got two relatively brand new kind of stars for Morocco and for Spain. You know, I know you mentioned in commentary that, you know, European eFootball mobile players, they're a relatively short supply. They're a little bit like the magical unicorn you can't catch. I'm very surprised to see them, and I think on the other side of it, it's just like you said, it's going to be passion, it's going to be carnage, it's going to be chaos. And I'm very excited is my emotion for that.
Maybe yes, maybe yes. So guys, let's look together any one time to the standings to announce the grand final, the first grand final of the day for the console category. Just look at the standings. Okay. Here we are. So for the console grand finals, we will see the match between Footeasy 10 and Zelo.
Yes, thank you very much, Anna. It's a real honour to be here to kick off the eFootball Championship 2026 season. We are moments away from kickoff, Wes, in the console grand final. We're about to send one player to the eFootball World Finals in 2026.
Oh, there's nothing to separate them either. In terms of expectation, there is absolutely nothing to separate these two, but settle in, folks. This is going to be a good one.
Indeed, and they're going at each other straight away. As Footeasy wants to do his best to score first. Jimenez almost being the one to open the scoring here in the first 5 minutes of the game. He's won himself a corner here, Footeasy. He has really done himself proud in the group stages. He has bested everyone thus far. It'll be another corner as well following the opening play here. As for Zelo, he's had dices with death at times in this group. Has to defend the corner early on towards Jimenez. And Futisi with the Modric strike will force that save. It's really, really nice. Opening passages of play here by the Brazilian Futisi. And Zilo, he's well and truly on the ropes. And he's giving the ball away, is he, in his own half. Finally, it's cleared.
Sometimes, Harry, you've just got to do the basics. Get it clear of that 18-yard box. Get it clear of the opportunities for your opponent to do damage.
Ah, Leao into the box. Pavlovic that time is able to get things away. And now Zilo in that changed strip with the red cursor. Zilo of Poland by way of Glasgow, Scotland. Would be one heck of a week he's had if he's able to win this one.
Tell you what, a good as an all-timer of eSport weeks, winning an event alongside your brother and then coming to represent AC Milan, it would be a very, very good week in the Zilo household.
It's a big relief as well when you're one of the first competitors to cross the line, book your place at the World Finals. You can put your feet up for the rest of the season. That's what both of these men are challenging and fighting for and tussling for. Futisi's not giving this one up just yet. There's Pulisic, and there's the first goal. He was asking the question time and time again, and the pressure is rewarded. Futisi is up 1-0 here in the final.
Advantage Brazil. What, and again, we talk about moments and about being cold in those moments. Watch this passage of play again here. If I said to you, Harry, when this ball comes back to Rafael, what are you going to do? You're probably going to spam a shoot button. No. Instead, smart enough to check that right-hand side. It's a great angle here. Defender gets drawn in, left brilliantly unattended for Futisi. And it is advantage to him. He's 1 goal ahead already in this console grand final.
Futisi 1, Zilo 0. He's well and truly woken up in this console final. I think he's about 4 hours behind the time in Milan at this moment, Futisi, but he is awake, he's alive, he's kicking. And Zilo has been quelled every time he's tried to venture forward. He's been pinned back in his own half in the opening 20 minutes. Perhaps just needs to relax and know the game will come to him here eventually, Wes. And right on cue, Nkunku down that far side. Who can he find in the middle? There's 2 white shirts at the far post. Neither head is on it. And it's cleared away. First real attack of the game there for Zilo. Quickly followed by this one. Leao to Nkunku. Jimenez, which way will he go? Tomori's sent the wrong way, but he has help, and it's cleared by Futisi.
Good defensive work there by the Brazilian. And just allowing himself to get turned, but gave him the opportunity to get that additional defender in instead. Got possession of the ball back here.
He's already 1-0 to the good. The man who has won a club event finals previously. Has to defend here though, Pulisic. Nice super cancel there by Zilo into the box, double touch, trying to just make a bit of room for that strike. But beat Uzmakabil on penalties at the 2024 Barcelona club event, did Futisi. It's been a long time since then. That was in February of 2024, almost 2 years ago. He's through here though. Rafael against Manyan. Took a little bit of time. Might come back to him here. Just rushed the second chance, Wes.
Yeah, it was a fortunate chance, but it was a big chance for Futisi. Tried the drag back, tried to undo the manual goalkeeping of Zilo. We've seen so much of that over the years as it's been watching Zilo play at this level. Tried to unseat the manual goalkeeping. Didn't work on that occasion, but able to advance again here for Futisi.
He's on thin ice, Zilo. Can't afford to concede another with half-time on the horizon. Santiago Jimenez for him. Manages to get it around the corner to Leao, but it's been a difficult game in the first half here for Zilo. Fatizzi with, again, just sensing that half-time approaching, just wants to maintain possession here, probably thinking where's about the last attack of the half. But instead we'll try and go centrally. See how many minutes are added on here. The ball stayed in play a decent amount of time, so only 1 minute remaining here. Fatizzi 1, Zilo 0. And Jimenez, he's venturing forward. Could be a second goal here at the end of the first half. As Leao was waiting, the ball does not reach him, and the first half of our grand finals ends. Fatizzi 1, Zilo 0.
It's been tight, it's been cagey, it's been everything we would expect it to be from a console grand final between these two. Again, margins were very fine in that group stage game where Fatizzi came out with a 2-1 victory.
If memory serves, Zilo went ahead in that game, and it was Fatizzi who brought it back. So Zilo may be hoping for a mirror image maybe in this grand final, as we're just perusing some of the tactics here at half-time. Would we expect maybe any changes from either side?
Well, I think for Zilo, I think he's got to look at it, because the interesting stat line there was no shots at all from Zilo. Certainly going to have to change that one.
It's uncharacteristic from the 19-year-old Pole who kicks us off here in the second half. He is in the all-white AC Milan strip. The black and red for Fatizzi, who, as things stand, would be crowned the AC Milan Club Event Champion for eFootball console. Zilo, though, starting to build now. He knows he has to chase this game. He would have been looking at that number 0 next to the shots in the first half, and that would have angered him. He knows he has to test the goalkeeper here. Really nice build up through the middle. Rabiot into the feet of Jimenez. Just trying to win a duel somewhere. Really patient here from Zilo, but Fasil is able to win the ball back, and the referee's brought this one back for a late challenge. A yellow card shown.
Yeah, a little bit of desperation from Zilo there, just trying to get that ball back in transition. A little bit late to get in there, and she's picked up a booking as a result. And the place right into the hands of Fatizzi, because, like you said, he can sit back, keep the ball, he can just starve the game out if he really wanted to, but knowing the Brazilian's flair, he'll want to finish with a flourish.
Bruno Mota da Silva, 24 years old, our America's winner. A Brazilian champion in the past as well. Is about to go 2-0 up. He is 2 goals clear of his finals opponent, Zilo. And are we seeing Fatizzi with 1 foot in the eFootball Championship finals next summer?
It's a very big step towards that goal. Again, sometimes when you are in these scenarios, when you're 1-0 ahead, you could sometimes almost bait your opponent onto just giving you too much time, giving you too much rhythm, allowing you to build up. And he just picked the right moment. Even with the manual goalkeeping shift from Zilo, wasn't enough to stop that strike from Leao. Fatizzi, 2 goals to 0 ahead with, by my reckoning, around about 60 in-game minutes on the clock. And you can see their confirmation, 58th minute. It is going to need something massive from Zilo.
Indeed it will, and it doesn't seem to be coming his way. And this is somewhat uncharted territory for Fatizzi in this competition. We'll see if Zilo can make something happen from this attack before I bring up the pass, and well, he does so. It's a thunderbolt from Leao. And Zilo just reminding us First of all, though, I shouldn't tell anecdotes about players, but second of all, that he's still alive here in this final.
Sometimes, Harry, as we said, it is sticking to the basics. See it again here. He has all the time in the world to take this strike. And sometimes it's just taking what the game presents to you. What position do you get into? What do you need to execute in that moment? You see there, he's got all the time in the world to pick his spot and to drive that one at the goalkeeper. And now it becomes an interesting little chess game between these two.
Well, I was about to say Futisi is not used to plain sailing in the 2022 eFootball Championship. He was the winner of the Open. He beat Saif Al-Hakka on penalties in the final. And in that club event that we mentioned earlier, the 2024 Barcelona club event, he went all the way to penalties with Uz Maccabil, winning 5-4 on penalties then. Clearly a glutton for punishment, Futisi, as he's conceded and made this last 25 in-game minutes a little bit more nervy than he would have liked.
Certainly touchy at this point, but might have an opportunity here. If he can get past the defender, he can't. But you're quite right. He's made a real rod for his own back here.
Can Zilo grow in confidence and really ask questions of the defence here, as there's a nice turn, is there? Futisi just surviving here. Zilo really starting to find his footing and find his form here in the final. Futisi just pinned back in his own half. Leao there trying to be a cat amongst pigeons. 15 minutes left, plus stoppages. As it stands, Futisi would be our champion. But Zilo does not want to go quietly. Here comes Futisi, trying to find, oh, that's risky. Leao waiting and lurking. Strong challenge will just delay the inevitable possession here of Zilo.
Yeah, with that clock ticking down, he's going to have to go to the well and find something here, Zilo, if he wants any shout of being in, taking this into the deep waters.
Rabiot, Rafa Leao, nice footwork, just waiting for him to pull the trigger. Might get a second chance here, but there's just a bit of indecisiveness, you feel, maybe, Wes, of Zilo in the final third.
Yeah, there was an opportunity there to play it down to Nkunku. Didn't utilise it. There is a pause in here, which means that we've got a little bit of something to maybe mull over here.
Yeah, we're no doubt going to see maybe caution thrown to the wind here for Zilo, because he is trailing. We're in the latter stages of the match. We'll no doubt see him go for glory.
I think so. I think we'll look at it, and I think there's certainly those changes in shape that are available to him. Certainly looks to be pushing out his defenders, come out a little bit more from the back, but see what he's up against.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's a great wall.
I was going to say, Futisi has took out all the cement, put all the bricks together and gone, right, how do you want to try and get past me?
Best of luck to you. We are going to see some stalwart defending from Futisi. It's not pretty, but there's an art to it, you could argue, as there is an art to defending like that.
Very much the dark arts, as it is, Harry. Is that yeah, you're quite right. You just want to make it as hard for your opponent as possible, especially when you know you are minutes or in-game minutes away from making and booking your ticket to a world final to represent AC Milan. But we've seen it before, though. You go defensive too early, or you go too defensive, you leave yourself open to players being able to really perform.
Let's see if Zilo can put on that performance. It's been a really gritty affair here in the grand final of our first club event finals of the season. And we're in for a blockbuster finish. Zilo's won the ball back. That's a really nice double touch, but the shot is blocked. No recycle opportunity either. There will be a corner. Who's the target? Looks like towards Jimenez. Can't win that header, but there is no way out here for Futisi. He is defending for his life. Full blue in the bottom right, fully defensive. Zilo still unbalanced, which is very interesting indeed. Perhaps not wanting to leave himself susceptible. Salemakers. Back to Ricci. Just going to be patient here. 89th minute, now 90th. That's a really nice cutting through the lines. Is Jimenez there for the header? It's a 90th minute equaliser. Zilo trusted his patience, Wes. And it's now Futisi 2, Zilo 2.
Zilo just whipped out the bulldozer and drove a truck right through that great wall that was built by Futisi 10. You saw the patience, you saw the work down that channel. It's a wonderful ball. And Jimenez again. Wonderful leap from him. Right when he needed him. Zilo goes back to the well, back to the player that has dealt with him so well throughout these club finals so far. And we're now staring down the barrel of potentially extra time here, Harry. But interestingly, and this is my point for Futisi, you've now gone that defensive. How do you break out that shell?
We'll see the goal again here that keeps Zilo's dream alive for the Wonder Week. We'll put it that way. It could be, as you mentioned, an all-timer. Having won a competition last weekend for Poland, a real underdog story alongside his brother in the 2 versus 2 format. Here he is in 1 versus 1 against one of the best players in Brazil, Futisi, coming back to equalise in the 90th minute. Cinderella stuff, it's fairy tale stuff.
It is, especially when you saw how close it was to going the other way. You saw how close it was for Zilo to potentially, game ticks over. We've seen, goalkeepers come up with incredible saves, last-minute drama, all of those things. Instead, he found the right player at the right place at the right time. That is a skill that it's almost an intangible. Like, we speak about the items on the pitch. We speak about the things that happen in the game. But there's intangibles like mentality, personality, perseverance, patience, all of those things that wrap themselves up into what is an eFootball player. Certainly, Zilo showcased all of those and then some with that last-minute equaliser.
Full trust in his own ability, our Europe and Africa regional winner. That is going to set us up really nicely for more action still to come. And our youngest console player in the finals, by the way. Just throwing that in there. Full of experience, 19 years of age. And he has pulled out something miraculous to keep his dream of representing AC Milan alive. Zilo, take a bow as we enter the latter stages of the 90 minutes here. 4 minutes added on, so maybe one last attack here for either player in our final.
Maybe. Could there be even more drama? Ball goes long down the field, but I feel like, Harry, we might be steering ourselves towards extra time, which, again, if you've already spurned all of your substitutes, that in itself is a problem. Because you can't put fresh legs on, you're not able to reinvent your team, but there's still time on the clock here, but negotiate back to the goalkeeper, and we are heading for extra time.
Certainly does look that way, doesn't it? Full-time whistle, Zilo 2, Futisi 2. Thanks to a 90th minute equaliser by Zilo, we are heading towards extra time. Wow, I mean, what an incredible 90 minutes we saw. It's only fitting in our first club event finals of the season, Wes, that we get ourselves a grandstand finish between two great competitors who've been fighting all day long.
Yeah, I mean, in the group stage, it was a late goal that was the undoing of Zilo. Now it is the lifeline, if you will, of Zilo, is that he's able to get himself now into an extra time period. Again, what does that do to the psyche of Foot Easy? Again, you're on the hill, you're near enough there, and with 8 minutes to go, you bank on, we jokingly said about building a wall. You've jokingly parked the bus, but then someone has just came along and just said, nope, not going to happen, not on my watch. And now you've got to come out of that mentality. You've also got to maybe put to bed the idea that you had this game sewn up. You very quickly you're going to have to readjust, and maybe a mental timeout. Even if you're making a pause that isn't quite a pause for game plan reasons, just having a minute just to compose yourself.
Well, perhaps that's what they're doing here, as 2 minutes of, or I should say 2 15-minute periods of extra time wait us after the conclusion of the stoppage at full time. And then if they're tied at the end of those 2 periods, Wes, we'll see a penalty shootout, which Foot Easy is no stranger to at all. Mentioned before, in 2024, beating us Maccabeal 5-4 on penalties. It was as close as you like there. Neither men were prepared to flinch or relinquish anything. No doubt we'll see that again if it gets there, but we're now underway. Extra time between Foot Easy and Zilo. Who will become the champion? Has to be one of the two. Foot Easy with some nice footwork attacking his right-hand goal in the first period of extra time.
Yeah, it's going to be a massive first period here between these two.
Oh, Foot Easy with a first chance! And the Brazilian scores first! It's the man who came from the depth of the benches, the 19-year-old Dutchman. Foot Easy will be singing his praises if he is able to see out this result.
Yeah, it might become his most famous Dutchman in Brazil after this one, because it's another massive goal from Balentien, I think we went with in the end, Balentien, but again, it's a massive goal for Foot Easy. Again, you've come out the traps, you've certainly looks like he's reset himself here.
Do we set up the wall again? That's what I'm wondering now. He's got himself another goal.
In the same way that we mentioned about Zilo when he made those changes in the first game that we saw way back in the early parts of today's broadcast. Made changes and then conceded 2 goals. Maybe he might learn his mistake here, Foot Easy. Maybe just go, well, you know what, I might just stick to my own game plan here. Instead of playing the occasion, I'm just going to play my natural game. I think sometimes you can get a little bit sucked into it with eFootball, is that you play the result that's in front of you and you're playing the player in front of you rather than playing just your natural game.
Well, there's confirmation. Foot Easy scoring the first goal in extra time. If it's the only goal, he will be the champion. It's as simple as that. What can Zilo do here? That is an eternal question. It's a cross from far away down the wing, can't find any of his teammates. Just like that, we're about 5 minutes away from the end of the first period. He's going to have to dig deep here, Zilo. He's had to before, but he'll have to even still.
Yeah, I mean, this would be epic powers of recovery if he can somehow muster another equaliser.
He'll have possession here towards the end of the first period. Salamakers has been instrumental in this attack, and Leao's in the box. Salamakers is here as well, just trying to get past Pavlovic, but nothing doing. And the first period will end thanks to that early goal Foot Easy is 15 in-game minutes away from being our champion.
He's been here before. He's been here before in regulation. He's got to learn those mistakes very quickly of what was his undoing, because Zilo will try and come again here, and if there's anything we know about eFootball, there is always one more opportunity, there is always one more option, there's always one more idea that these players can really go to.
Nice 1-2 here in the final. Zilo needs a goal. And Kunku. This is Foot Easy on the ball. And the ball is trying to be forced over into the corner, exactly where you don't want it to be if you're a fan of Zilo. Over on the far side. 3-4 white shirts to aim for in the box if there's a cross to come. Really nice defensive work by Foot Easy. Forcing Zilo all the way back. We saw a 90th minute goal just to force us to this point. Has Zilo got anything left in the tank here?
It's unfortunate his own players got in the way there.
Yeah, that's a really big shame, because that will surrender possession over, or will it? I think that was Tamori stealing the ball back. Nice switch of the play as well. The touch is really heavy. It's a strong challenge. Oh, and that's a big mistake, but wow, that is very fortunate to have collided with the player. The referee has had a big question asked of him. Clearly says ball and man, no problem there, and I think we are just moments away, are we, from crowning the Milan champion. It is going to be a Brazilian club event finals winner. It is going to be Foot Easy 10, champion of AC Milan. He bests the 19-year-old Zilo 3-2 in what was a marathon of drama and ups and downs. But Wes, the day belongs to Bruno Mota da Silva, a Brazilian champion and now a Milan champion as well.
Yeah, I think on paper, I think given what we can look back on, undefeated for the day was a fitting champion for AC Milan to have represent them.
Yeah, we can look back over some of the goals that we saw in that really long final. Took just 15 minutes for Foot Easy to stamp his authority over Zilo. It was a really back and forth affair. It took extra time to separate them in the end. But credit to Zilo, he never gave up. Even when he was 2-0 down, only had 30 minutes to work with, thanks to that Liao goal for Foot Easy. But he brought it back, forced the extra time, thanks to the goals we'll see in a minute. It's a long season, isn't it, Wes? We'll no doubt be seeing Zilo again.
Oh, without doubt, I would assume that we will see him both in those club regional qualifiers for future club finals, and I would argue, would suggest probably to these club final events as well. Again, a real credit to, I would say, the European region. Of course, we know how valuable he is to Poland as a nation, but in terms of the European region, certainly saw how much love came out for him for that national success alongside of his brother. But again, just mentality monster. He just couldn't quite finish the job.
Yeah, there was that goal, that header at the front post, that forced extra time, but 5 minutes in, not even that, 4 minutes. There is the goal that crowned Foot Easy the champion. If my maths and time zone knowledge is correct, it's around about midday in Brazil at this moment in time, so perhaps a celebratory lunch on the card for Foot Easy, but there's confirmation. It is Foot Easy 10, your console champion of AC Milan. What a final. Congratulations to him. Unbelievable action there.
Yes, yes. What's your favorite goal of the match, guys?
Oh, it's got to be that one in extra time, surely, Wes.
I think, yeah, we love a match winner. And again, it was more so it was the quickness in how they took hold of that extra time period. Once that goal goes in, completely resets that extra time period.
So guys, Futisi won the prestigious trophy on our side, but also a golden ticket to represent the Rossoneri at the World Finals. Wow!
It's a big responsibility.
Of course.
You hear these players in the pre-match interview, you hear them say it's an honour to represent a club with 120 years of history. Now you have to do it on the world stage. Obviously everyone was watching them here, but at the World Finals in the summer, it's 10 times the amount of scrutiny, so you'll be under the microscope there, Wes. It's the pressure gets ramped up to 11.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you talk about, you know, the forward players that have represented AC Milan. You know, there's notable Brazilians. You think of Dida, the goalkeeper. You think of Cafu, one of the greatest right backs ever. We spoke at length already about Ronaldinho. And now, for easy Kaká, of course. How can I forget Kaká? I'll be had a go at by my elder brother when I get home.
Remember a lot of players, a lot of legends of AC Milan's history.
And
wow.
But now, for Easy is able to go and virtually replicate that success. He's able to then go, do you know what? I represent AC Milan, and he can wear that badge with honour.
Would you choose Futisi as the winner when we did the prediction before?
I believe I jumped on a Brazilian double, so I'm going to take 50% of the plaudits. I will not take the 100% because I didn't get the mobile one right, but I will claim the console one.
I'm the loser. It's fine.
Yeah, because you chose 0, right?
I did. But,
don't worry.
It's fine. It's a long season, Anna. Okay,
I'll
have my chance.
We have time. We have a lot of time. You have to know that these two persons brought the England weather with them here.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, and apologies if you've heard me sniffing. I've also developed the English cold as well, so yeah, no, it's we definitely brought the weather with us to Barcelona.
We are in Spain and it's raining. Wow, thanks to you guys.
Sorry,
really.
Sorry everyone.
So guys, I want to just take a look to the standings before we will announce the second round finals of the day.
Yeah, there's the confirmation, Anna. Futisi, our champion, he topped the group stages. He obviously won the grand final and now has a chance to represent one of the most prestigious clubs we have in the eFootball Championship at the World Finals next summer.
Yeah, like we said, it's going to be a massive kind of statement for him because, again, in terms of his abilities, he knows that he can now. He's got plenty of months to practice. He's got plenty of months to stick his feet up. He doesn't have to go and try and do any additional qualifiers or anything like that. He knows that he's got his ticket to a world final and he knows that he's there representing AC Milan.
Guys, let's not wait any longer to witness the second grand final of the day, the mobile grand final between Lezilali and La Bobo 7.
Yes, it's time. We found one champion of Milan. We need to find a second. And it will be one of two who find themselves great friends, now turned rivals. It's La Bobo versus Jalali. Who will be the first mobile champion of the season? Jalali in the all-changed white strip with the red cursor, attacking from right to left. La Bobo from Spain in that home strip, blue cursor. Whereas we saw them earlier, it was an absolute barn burner. Plenty of goals. Something tells me this one will be a little bit closer, given what is at stake.
Yeah, it always is the way, is that the more that pressure is on, the more it kind of ramps up. And then I think we're going to see the best of these two. I certainly think that La Bobo, has a slight mental edge. Knowing that you've scored that many goals, yes, you came out the losing side of it against Jalali, but feel as though that you know that you can get at your opponent. It's worth its weight in gold.
Yeah, despite the game earlier, I believe it was 4-3, wasn't it, in favour of Gelali. Despite the mobile games and chances coming few and far between, these two very, very clinical. So anytime it gets into a dangerous area, we're expecting them to capitalise. Here is Gelali, the man who came out on top earlier in this exact fixture in the group stages. But don't forget, when he played against Rentau, did not go his way, and in fact went so against him that he surrendered the top of the group to his good friend Lobobo 7 here, Wes, as, well, the man we're talking about is threatening maybe to break through the lines.
Yeah, the key bit about that, which I only realised after I saw this game kick off, is that if you finish top of your group, you have the first kick. Now, granted, a lot of people might go, well, kick off, Wes, it's not that valuable. Trust me, in terms of a mentality, in terms of having that first opportunity, knowing that you have possession of the ball, it's 9/10 of the law. So if you give that ball away in that opening stage, that's on you. But you have first dibs on having the ball in the first real opportunity.
Yeah, it's also thrown me for a loop because we're so used to seeing Gelali in the home strip, having followed his group stage matches. But seeing him in the white shirt, white shorts, white socks, it's a bit of a culture shock. But it is as cagey as we anticipated here. We're 35 minutes in, and there's barely been a chance between the two that scored 7 between them in the group stages. That is how nervy and tense this affair will play out. Modric across the halfway line for Lobobo 7. Just waiting for the challenge, waiting for some backup here as well, maybe. And Kunku tries to feed his man on the overlap. Magnan called into action. It's almost half-time here, Wes. There is no minutes added on, and Gelali will be looking to try and capitalise out of his possession, but just like that, the first half ends 0-0, no shots.
Yeah, that's the speed of a mobile game that I'm actually used to, because quite frankly, in the first game that we saw, there were stoppages galore because of the amount of goals that were scored. That has gone by in a blink of an eye, and again, I know that I tried to manifest extra time penalties in the console final, but the way that the makeup of the mobile game is, especially with how tight these games can be, if there's no goal, I would say in 90 minutes, extra time goes very, very quickly, and I think you can then get into that lottery of a penalty shootout.
I mean, this is so bizarre to see, but just purely based on the fact Gelali in game 1 against Sakti won 3-2, that's 5 goals. Against Lobobo, it was 4-3, that's 7 goals. And then, was it 4-1 against Rentau, 4-2? Plenty of goals were scored in his group stage campaign, but we've not seen any shots, let alone goals here in the final of mobile. We're underway in the second half. Gelali still the red cursor attacking the right-hand goal.
And as I've said to you on many of occasions, Harry, that pressure does funny things to people when they're in front of the lights.
Oh, nice double touch from Leao. And whenever you see that purple power bar, you know there's a bit of extra fizz and zing on the input, be it a cross, a pass, or a strike. First touches here of the second half for Lobobo. Of course, these two mentioned they're great friends. Sometimes it's really difficult, psychologically almost impossible, when you know at this stage your adversary is someone that you know well, but also knows you well.
Yeah, and that kind of, you know, if you're sparring partners or you're training partners, it can be a detriment as much of a help. Yes, you'll pick up tips and tricks from your training partners, but the reality is, of course, is that you then know each other's game very much inside and out, and you don't really have many cards left to play when it gets to this type of occasion.
Something tells me this final could just come down to one piece of brilliance. Will it come the Moroccan's way, or will it be the Spaniard who's caught offside that will produce it? You can almost feel the tension, can't you, Wes, through the screen. It's radiating out of this final.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we've seen plenty of different things with mobile players as well. You talk about, you know, sweaty thumbs, and I know as much as people make light of it, you know, we've seen people use chalk, we've seen people use kind of like almost gloves for your fingers. There's all different types of tricks just to make sure that their inputs are pinpoint. But you could imagine just shaky hands, pressure, your heart rate spiking, your thoughts racing. There's so many different things you've got to control. And you've got to kind of almost be emotionally mature about it.
15 minutes left. And Kunku here for Gilali. Over the top towards Leao. Forces Tomori into a defensive action, and that will be a corner. Is that piece of brilliance I was alluding to on the horizon here? First real chance for us as well, Les, to look at some of the team setups we've seen throughout the group stages. Gilali's makeup, and obviously we saw Lobobo as well, but it's surprising for me to almost see them maintain the same formation at this point. Maybe you would elect to change things up a bit, but I suppose the ball hasn't really gone out of play.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't really had the avenue to make any changes. I think shape-wise and organisation-wise, you know, 5-2-3 as it or 5-3-2 as it appears in the game, dependent on how far forward you push that central figure of either be Luka Modric. You can see that a difference with Rafael Leao being pushed forward, it makes it a 5-2-3. But with that makeup on mobile, it seems to be a little bit more of a formation that's becoming a little bit more in vogue. Is playing 5-3-2 or 5-2-3, because it does give you the freedom of playing attacking wing back should you want to, but you can also set your two players on, you know, I think it's defensive, so you could potentially have them hang back. There is a bit more flexibility in it, especially within mobile. You probably won't see too much in console, because I think there's a bit more freedom with your 4-3-3s, your 4-3-2-1s of the world. But I think here it's starting to become more prominent as a overpowered formation. It certainly seems to be leaning more towards a meta formation.
Definitely something to keep an eye on. I just wonder if we will see a European winner of a mobile club event finals. I'm trying to cast my mind back as to the last time we saw it. I don't think we have ever seen a European winner. I think the closest was Abduch a couple of seasons ago, of course, from Belgium. So,
yeah, I think the majority of mobile winners, it's either been through Africa and Morocco, or it's been through, you know, your Asia West or Asia East and other areas in Oceania. It's yeah, like you say, you're kind of hoping, at least from a, you know, if you have a European head on, you're kind of hoping that somebody comes through, breaks the mold, and really kind of breaks it down. And Lobobo is as close as anybody at the moment.
Substitution for Milan.
he is indeed hoping to follow in the footsteps of some of those Spanish greats. Mestre, Alex Alcathil, De Palma, Jose, et al. They're all great in their own right. But he needs to defend this corner first, and does so seemingly successfully. Rabiot is the outlet now in the latter stages of this second half of the grand final. Which way will the last chance fall? We're getting into that territory where the last chance could be the one that tells the story. 5 minutes left. Otherwise, we're heading to extra time and penalties, as we did with the console final. Penalties not needed on that occasion, of course, but extra time was on the menu.
Yeah, I think with the, as we've mentioned already, the speed in which this game ticks down, you're more likely to see the latter of those two things rather than the former. You might not see it end in extra time, you might see it end in penalties, which in and of itself is a cruel way to separate these two.
be cruel, but they're here for our entertainment. Gilali over the top towards Pulisic. Oh, there wasn't anyone waiting there.
2 added minutes has been indicated.
2 minutes added on. And a dangerous cross fizzed across the face of goal is met by no one.
That's got any touch on it, Harry. That's game over. Anybody there to arrive in a white shirt, that is done. Instead, we are heading to extra time.
They were ripping up the status quo. We've seen goals on goals on goals on the mobile platform in the group stages. By my count, it was around 16, 17 goals that we saw. But there is the full-time whistle, 0-0 between the two.
Yeah, nothing to separate them on this occasion.
It's very difficult in this type of environment to really understand what is going through the players' minds, because sure, you don't want to concede the first chance, but we only really saw Gilali moving the ball forward and threatening. We didn't see too much out of Lobobo, as much as I wanted to see a European eFootball mobile player for me to shout about.
Yeah, and that's the issue, is that there wasn't enough gilt-edged chances. There wasn't an opportunity to really kind of see them put their best skills, because I think pressure succumbed to both of them in that moment. I think they were under pressure. I think they felt that pressure, and it was only in the very latter stage did we see that one opportunity that went rolling across the box. And if anybody touches that, that's Jalili's title. But on that occasion, nobody tapped it in. And as a result, we'll have to see what is going to happen here between these two.
Yeah, it's crazy, and we couldn't have written it any better, because the two not only practice partners, but they're good friends. They're best friends with each other.
That's it. It's a little bit in the same fashion. It's like family and friends when you play against them. It's, you know, it's always a challenge. You know, I made mention at other tournaments that, you know, if you were playing with family members, it's, are you the best player in your house? It's the same way with your friendship group. Are you the best part? You know, are you the best in your friendship group? We don't know. Well, we'll put it to the test. Except these guys have decided, well, we'll put it to test in a really pressurized environment as opposed to behind closed doors.
I just love that they both come from such storied eFootballing countries as well. Of course, Spain and Morocco, one of which has had more success on mobile than the other, but both have really elevated the global eFootball scene within their respective countries.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it goes without saying in terms of Lobobo's kind of countrymen, we've seen plenty of them. Miguel Mestre, Jose, Alex Alguacil, the Palmer, Paul Lara, former world champion. There's so many, like, kind of historically good eFootball players that hail from Spain. Of course, on Morocco on the other side, yes, they lean more towards mobile, but you have players like Ayaz Bibisk, that, you know, in terms of console players, you know, you have a rich history of players that they come through at world tournaments, they come through in tournaments, and I think they surprise people in terms of what they're able to accomplish. And I think that for Morocco, I mean, similarly in real world football, I think that's a spot they're quite happy to be in. They, you know, they don't mind not having the limelight until it's too late for them, and then they have to have it. And I think players like Jalili, Tienes, and players of that ilk, I think that they will relish that opportunity of just saying, look, you know what, we'll be unassuming, we'll quietly go about our business, and then by the time you realise that we're very good, it's too late for you.
It's almost crazy to think that this is both of Gilali and Bobo's first big club event finals, because they're playing, albeit a bit of a cagey final that we just saw in the first 90, they're playing as if they've been here before, and especially with Lobobo's age in consideration, I mean 17 years of age, just truly amazing to see him play almost beyond his years and his experience.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, for it being your first event and for being your first qualification, you know, we heard from Lobobo, it was, do you know what? I just want to show that I can play. I just want to simply turn up and play. And he very much has, because he's got himself into a really strong position in his maiden event.
There is a shot we just saw there, Wes, of that amazing trophy. That's what these amazing eFootball athletes have been playing for all day. Truly some incredible action we've seen throughout today. We've seen so many amazing goals. I mean, just trying to think of some of the incredible mobile goals that we've seen, and just thinking back to that roulette followed by the Chivella, and we can see some of the action we've seen throughout today. But
that was the first goal of today.
The level of eFootball that we've seen at this club of finals, it seems like every season, be it, 24, 25 or 2026, it just seems to, the bar is raised, the skill ceiling is raised as people really get to know this game even better.
Yeah, and that's it. It's a case of, although it's familiar, and although it's, it's as it's been for the last few years, there's still little tricks in the boxes that people are discovering. And like I say, it's timing. Yes, it's one thing having the ability on the sticks or the ability on your phone to produce, but it's knowing when to produce them. It's just timing. And sometimes it's the most basic of things. It's as simple as a pass and a shot. It doesn't always have to be a double touch or a roulette or a super canter. Sometimes it can be as basic as one pass in to an open gap and one shot into an open opportunity. It can be as simple or as complex as you want to make it, eFootball. But again, we've seen some wonderful just control moments there. You see a brilliant touch in the 6-yard box, and again, we've seen some quality, real quality on show from everybody, both on mobile and on console.
Yeah, indeed we have. Just seeing some of the handiwork from our club event finalists. Absolutely splendid. And you're right, I think that is what we see year on year. The game evolves and sometimes it devolves. If you do the simple things right, you can win, just in the same way if you're able to master some of the complex actions, of which there are many in this great esport. You can really put your own spin on the game, which is amazing to see. I love to see it year on year as we await the resumption of our mobile final, Wes. I mean, Footy Fasil, we have to mention him earlier, of course, winning the console final in extra time. Congrats to him. I mean, you said it earlier, he can put his feet up now for the rest of the season.
Yeah, I mean, he has, he can be a willing sparring partner for any of his countrymen that may want to, get themselves ready for future, jaunts. I'm sure the likes of, as we mentioned, Guifera, Henriquinho, the back catalogue of Brazilian eFootballers will no doubt probably be knocking on his door going, I know you've qualified now, can you maybe give us a little bit of a hand here? I mean, the likes of maybe Guifera, an ex-world champion, may not necessarily want that.
He may not need it.
He may not need it, but it's one to have in the kind of the chamber, as it were. And again, there's a great power in knowing you're able to sit there and just see everyone else kind of go out and battle for it. Instead, you have the ability that you can spend the rest of this season in the run-up to the World Finals knowing that your place is already signed, sealed and delivered.
And not only that, being able to represent AC Milan is a massive honour, and that is why so many players took part throughout the entire qualifying process to get to this point. It's a qualification process, Wes, that started back before even Halloween. I think it was October 24th, 25th, something like that was phase one. Very a long time ago. They've had a couple of months to wait for their moment in the spotlight. And now it is really down to just finding who will be the mobile champion. We know Footy Fasil has done his business. It's about who can complete the business on the other platform.
Yeah, and that is truly what it kind of becomes, is that you kind of get down to these final moments of the AC Milan Club Finals, and we are very much just trying to just make sure that we have everything that we need to find out who is going to almost split the difference here between, if we derive it to the nations, it's Spain versus Morocco, It's Labobo versus Jalili. Who is going to come out on top? But as you said, it's been a long old road, you know. But as we mentioned at the very top of the show, I think players are starting to get used to that format now. They're getting into that position and getting into that idea of going, right, I need to maybe sacrifice a couple of months here. You know, depending on what club you want to go to, or depending on what club you want to go to, or go and compete against, or go to compete for, you know what block you've got to kind of block out. You know it's about a month, give or take, or it's over a month in this case. And I think players are now smarter to it to go, yep, I need to practice from here to here. You know, you hear a lot about sacrifice from a lot of players, and you know, some people miss out special occasions, some people, you know, it depends on the commitment level, they miss out on birthdays, you know, special landmarks, all of those different things, because that's their desire is to essentially at the end of it all not only represent, in this case, AC Milan, they want to become a world champion. And there's only a finite amount of people on planet Earth that can say that they are a world champion within this esport.
Yes, indeed. Only a handful of people, indeed, especially where mobile is concerned. You would love to write your name in the ever-evolving history books as mobile begins to increase its tenure in the esports landscape. The regional qualifiers happened, of course, in November, so over a month ago now, as we take a look over some of the results we've seen here today throughout the console group stages. It's been a day full of surprises, really, hasn't it, Wes?
It really has. I mean, you certainly look at, you know, I know you earmarked Takiman at the start of the day, you know, Earthbound Playstyle again. It was a very tough console group. And I think that result at the start of the day really kind of bled into what then happened in match 3 and 4, and also in match 5 as well, because it left Takiman with a lot to do with that opening draw, but it also left Earthbound Playstyle with a lot to do. And that match 4 against Foot Easy, I think that's the one that really did the damage to him. And I think looking at that makeup of how it kind of the day played out, it just kind of, that's what we mentioned, that the first game of your day is so vital. You have to get off to a good start, because it just takes that pressure off into your second and third games.
Yeah, of course, and we saw there just briefly before we switched over to the mobile group stage results. Match 6, 5-4 between Zelo and his opponent. I mean, Earthbound Playstyle, I feel so sorry for him, because well, you're right, it is about how you start. It's equally as important as how you finish. Sadly, Zelo didn't come out with the win in the final, but will have that 5-4 victory to look back proudly on, that he never gave up.
And also, not to mention as well, Earthbound was 4-3 up in that game, so he was very much on the hill. He would have been going and leapfrogging Zelo, and Zelo had to, again, dive into those depths. We talk about championship rounds, we talk about having experience, and about going to the well. It's such a, you know, sports-related phrase, but you have to summon it from somewhere, and those extra moments that he would have had in those pressure environments certainly helped him out getting through that group stage.
A big question that I think Rental is going to hate me for. Why do you think, since he won the World Championship in 2024, we haven't seen the resurgence of Rental? Qualified for Manchester United's club event last year, but we did not really see too much of him. He was out of the group stages then, and he also, I believe, failed to qualify for the World Finals last year. And then here he is again in Milan, still failing to find his footing. Do you think it's because he doesn't start these club event finals off strongly, as you said, and maybe just struggles to make up the ground?
I think that was certainly the case today. I think the fact that, you know, you're going into game 3 on 2 losses, and then you show your best performance in a game that didn't really mean anything. You know, that's why I always use the phrase of when it counts. Is like, it's great being, you know, going through qualifiers. It's great being able to, you know, get to a club final event. But when the lights are the brightest and when the pressures are at its most, that's when you need to perform. It's great, you know, flat track bullying your way through. But when you get to here, this is where you need your best moments. You need to be prepared. You need to be ready to go. And I just think with Rentau, it's just a bit of almost kind of deer in headlights a little bit. Is that he wasn't quite sure of which way he wanted to play. And by the time, as we said, by the time you get to it, especially mobile, by the time you get to that moment of realising it, it's too late.
It is too late. And sadly, he left it too late, as did Sakti, who, I'll be honest with you, I mean, Rentau and Sakti, the two with the most experience on the mobile platform, we expected them, we earmarked them even at the top of the show to say, this is our final to be played. We want to, you know, show these youngsters, as it were, these green players, that this is exactly why we've been here, done that, got the t-shirt, walk the walk, talk the talk. But it's the two youngsters, it's the youth, it's the revolution, if you will, that came out on top, and we did not see Sakti or Rentau get going.
Yeah, I think Sakti, by his own standards, I think he'll be disappointed with how it happened today and about how it kind of came to pass. I think, again, you know, a lot we mentioned about Indonesia as a nation. We've seen at length. We've seen the likes of Elga. We've seen the likes of Rizky Faydan. We've seen so many players come through the ranks. And you just felt like that was going to be another one to the ranks. And he just, unfortunately on this occasion, just fell short. And I think as a result, I think he'll be disappointed walking away. But again, you would expect the likes of the 4 players that have been knocked out today, you would expect them to be back in some form or fashion in future club events. You can almost bank on it. You know, once you have the eFootball bug of trying to qualify for things, you will relentlessly pursue it until you can pursue it no more.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, we are at the end of our AC Milan Club event finals. We are just waiting for our players. They've had a very long day, very tired. They're very excited to get things back underway. It's 0-0 at the end of 90 minutes between Jalali and Labobo. We're waiting for them to be ready to kick off extra time, and of course penalties there if we need it, Wes. It's set up perfectly well for us, and we just cannot wait for these players to be ready to show us exactly why they've made it to this point in time and at this stage of the competition.
Well, certainly, I mean, the replays you're seeing on the screen is the replay of their group game, which were incredibly finished 4-3 in favour of Jalali. But again, you know, to us as almost seasoned veterans of casting mobile games, a 4-3 scoreline in mobile is almost unheard of. In terms
so
of
many goals,
especially in 90 minutes as well. That's incredible. But I think it was really just underpinned just how much they both wanted that victory. They both wanted to go all for it. You know, they were all action. There wasn't really a case of, you know, defense. What's defense? Like, is that outside my house? No, it's the thing where you're meant to be able to defend the lead. And seemingly these two players didn't really get that memo, and instead they just wanted to go all out attack and just go for it. And again, it took to the very last moment, if memory serves me correctly, that Jalali just about edged it right in the final moments.
Yeah, I can't imagine it's a tactic that will get you very far at the World Finals, but it gives us great entertainment, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if you're, as we said at the time, if you're a neutral, you absolutely loved it. You would, you know, there's been players of yesteryear in esports where they've very much 1-0'd their way to titles, or they've 1-0'd their way to prominent places in kind of tournaments. None of that on here. It was right. You're going to score? Okay, great. Oh, you're going to do a header? As you said, oh, well, I can do headers too. Like, this is what we're going to do.
It doesn't win you many fans winning 1-0 and edging out victories left and right, does it? It's the blitzkrieg players that really go through and win the plaudits and the fans and catch the eye of the viewers.
Absolutely. It's the firebrands. You know, you don't, you know, with respect, you'd never want to look to fandoms or comment sections and then just see the words boring next to your name. You don't want to see it. You never do. Instead, you want to be like, oh, that's my guy. That's my guy. That's the type of football I play at home. That's the type of football I'm seeing on a world stage. that's the type of people, that's the type of player you can get behind. And that's why we have those types of characters where if we see, Jalili as an example, if he makes it through, everyone will go, wow, what a great Moroccan representative. Oh, he's going to be awesome to watch in the World Finals. Similarly, on the other side, Lobobo, the storied history of Spain in esports. Oh, well, we can really get behind him because he just threw everything at it.
Exactly.
So it's going to be that it's almost underdog mentality, because you look at it and go, well, you've not been to this type of stage before, but now you get to do it. And I think that's where I think both of these players, regardless of who comes through, and regardless if you're a fan of the Rossoneri, I think they'll have earned many a fan in the neutral zone with the way that they've conducted themselves today.
Yeah, indeed they will. As we just saw there, that was the 90th minute goal that separated them in the group stages. And while we're just waiting for them to be ready for the extra time and penalties if it's needed, they've played out a 0-0 throughout 90 minutes. There was not a single shot in the first 45 of the final. It's night and day compared to what is essentially a more high-stakes game. Obviously, you're 30 minutes in-game of eFootball Mobile, maybe penalties, of booking your ticket to a World Finals.
Yeah, and I think that the reason why we saw that cagey nature was because they know what's at stake. They know exactly what's at stake here. And one wrong move, and one wrong mistake, or one wrong input, one wrong pass, and it could be lights out for you. That's how close they are. And both of these players will be in touching distance of knowing that they could take that title and then progress to that World Final.
Yeah, we can see some of the statistics from those 90 minutes. I mean, in the end, there were 3 shots. I believe that came the way of Jalali, because Lobobo was very quiet, kind of took a little bit of time to grow into the match. But, well, I can tell you now, we are finally ready for extra time. Thank you for your patience. It's as you were, 0-0 between Lobobo and Jalali here in the Mobile Grand Final. Lobobo in the black and red, Jalali in the white strip, if you had forgotten. It's been a while since we last saw this ball rolling across the virtual pitch, but we're finally now back underway. Our players are ready. And who will be the decisive victor here? And Kunku with that stunning strike attempt, that's blocked.
Yeah, it's gone for a corner. And again, you talk about like things where they've just been waiting and they've been preparing for this extra time period. We talk about it a lot in terms of adrenaline dump. Is that slight delay, how much is that going to play a part here? Because you've got to get yourself back up again and go again. And of course, you're zeroing in potentially on some extra time here, as well as that dreaded penalty shootout if it goes that far.
It cleared at the front post, and Kunku will put it back into the mixer. Jalali starting as he finished the 90 minutes. As he's the one that is on the front foot. Liao with a nice fake shot. Oh, almost in at the front post there. Manyan saves, pushes it round, and it's a corner.
Yeah, that was a big moment, a big opportunity. Still not danger gone, though, with the set piece due. It could still be a problem here.
Potentially the last big chance of the first period of extra time. Into the mixer. Cleared away. And it's 0-0 after 105 minutes of play. How do we separate these? How do we separate these two? It's not destined to go to penalties, is it, Wes?
I mean, I know one way to separate them. Just let them play all night. That'd be great. No, in all seriousness, it feels like it's very much careering to a penalty shootout. It very much feels like it's going that direction, unless there is a moment of brilliance in these final stages of this extra time period, we will be seeing ourselves a penalty shootout to decide who goes on to the World Finals to represent AC Milan.
Well, it was Huda in 2025. The year before it was Joy Boy. This year it has to be Labobo or it has to be Jalali. And something tells me they still won't be separated in the next 15 in-game minutes, whereas we have a second period of extra time to try and find that separating goal. Will it come? Or will we be forced to find a winner via a penalty shootout? 10 minutes left here already, whereas that's how quick the action goes down, and Labobo hasn't really had anything to write home about in the previous 115 minutes or so of eFootball mobile play. It has been all Jalali.
Maybe that's been the tactic, Harry. Maybe it's a case that it's just a case of nullify what your opponent can do, drag them into the trenches, and then spring a surprise when they least expect it.
Well, that one has trickled out agonisingly. And we may get one more big chance in the mobile final. Maybe, just maybe. Is this where Labobo will spring the trap after waiting for so long? He might just get the last attack here with the final, and Nkunku forward. Rafa Leao into the box. Oh, he's beaten his man as well. It's stood up. But it is cleared, and we are headed to a penalty shootout between Labobo and Jalali to decide who will represent AC Milan. Will it be the Moroccan? Will it be the Spaniard? Either way, it will be drama.
It will. It absolutely will, as we get ourselves prepared for penalty kicks.
Of course, if I'm not mistaken, Wes, I believe on mobile you can only go left, middle or right, so we're essentially in a game of hold your nerve. Up first, it's Labobo and he misses.
That's an important save to start with from Jalali. Yeah, you're quite right. Depends on the type of controller you play. If you're playing with touch and flick, it depends on how hard you flick the screen, is how high it can go. But I think in this particular moment, as you rightly said, right, left or centre, take your pick.
Well, having just saved a penalty, Jalali tucks his one home with real confidence. Advantage to the Moroccan here in the shootout. That heaps all the pressure over to Labobo 7. That timer is ticking down. He'll have to take his penalty within that timer. Leao steps up and it's saved again.
I think even with the piece of gamesmanship, still wasn't convincing.
Well, with a chance to make it 2-0 in the shootout, Pulisic will step up here, and as cool as you like, will convert his penalty.
Yeah, it's a nice penalty there. It gives Jalali a 2-0 lead here.
No waiting this time, and Nkunku stepping up neatly into the bottom left.
Yeah, Labobo finally on the board in this shootout. He's going to need a couple saves or a miss or two.
Rafa Leao down the middle and guessed correctly by Labobo. There is that save.
I was told once upon a time that it takes a brave person to go down the middle twice in the shootout. It's a very important spot kick.
Labobo to even up the shootout. Ravio tucks it home.
Now, for those keeping score at home, Labobo does need another stop to keep himself in it. It isn't gain point by any stretch, but a big save.
We'll see what Modric does at this penalty. Oh, he converts his. So Labobo needs to score, as of course he took the first spot kick in this shootout. Needs to score, and does. And from needing to score, he now needs to save Jalali on championship point here. It'll be the left foot of Rabiot to potentially send the Moroccan to the World Finals, and does so. Jalali, after a marathon day, puts Morocco back on the eFootball map. We have another Moroccan mobile champion. His name is Jalali.
Yeah, it's a wonderful, again, bit of mentality from him in the penalty shootout. Needed to convert when the moments mattered and did so brilliantly. Saved 2 penalties to start proceedings there, and that really just gave him that bit more confidence to carry it through.
Yeah, indeed. It's never fun having to step on your friend's head, essentially, to make it to a World Championship. But I hope that's not in the mind of the 22-year-old Moroccan, Zakaria Jalali. Took a long time to get us to extra time, as the players just wanted to make sure they were absolutely ready to proceed. But in the end, it took penalties to separate the two friends. And it's the 22-year-old Moroccan, Jalali, our East Asia and Oceania regional winner, who will represent AC Milan at the World Finals. What a story.
Yeah, he got dragged into the trenches by Lobobo, but came out the victor. That looked to be just getting into those moments, but these are the key moments, the real key moments.
It's very rare, Wes, when you miss the first 2 spot kicks in a penalty shootout, that you're able to come out and convert it into a good result. He tried his best, Lobobo. And again, 17 years of age, he will have a bright future ahead of him. But there's confirmation, your mobile champion, Jalali.
What an intense and full of suspense final, guys. Wow. And congratulations to Jalali, of course.
So much suspense, so much suspense. And when you go into extra time against a good friend, someone you know really well, there's so much pressure on your shoulders that it is the cooler head that often comes out on top. I think on the balance of fairness, Wes, based on, although it was 0-0 after 120 minutes, we saw the majority of the chances going to Zakaria Jalali's side. And the balance of fairness, you'd say maybe the eFootball gods in the end smiled upon him.
Yeah, I think so. I think on the balance of it, I mean, we saw the incredible 4-3 from them earlier on in the group stage, but I think just in that final, it was, you know, if you're talking about winning on points, you feel as though that he would have won that decision if it had gone to some judges. I think they may have just edged it towards him, but the penalty shootout told in the end. Those 2 saves in the first 2 penalties are absolutely vital. Big congratulations to the Moroccan.
So at the end of these 2 incredible finals, we can sing "We Are the Champions." No, it's not a good idea. But guys, this is a wrap of the AC Milan Club event. But the eFootball Championship 2026 continues, and more eFootball competitions by Konami, of course. So stay tuned to the eFootball channels and don't missing anything on what's to come. Harry, Wes, thank you. You are 2 top players. This is the perfect definition for you. Really thank you to livening up all the games, all the programs, as nobody knows best.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. It's great. As I said earlier, Italian flair on the wing. It goes really well.
I was going to say, I've not been called a top player in a while. I'll take that. I'll take that all day long. No, we've enjoyed your company. I've enjoyed Harry's company. This has been a blast.
We'll only have to go to San Siro and to eat pizza, lasagna and calzone.
That's the one. We need to dial that in.
Okay, yes.
It's a date.
And thank you all behind your screen for following us during the AC Milan Club Finals. Thank you. Hope you have enjoyed it and see you soon. Bye-bye.
Ciao.
Ciao.